Hello everyone, my name is GirafaStev. I am the president of the Longwood Club, the long and large enjoyer of games, wrestling, the Chicago White Sox, God rest my soul, and my stinky cats. Tonight, we play more Backyard Baseball 2001. It is a date with fate tonight, as we take on the Chicago... No. Not Chicago White Sox. Maybe they're in the league, but maybe they aren't. Or maybe they are, dude. No. We're taking on the New York Mets. Tonight is not about the fucking Mets. It's about the Hornets, baby. Come on, Hornets. Let's go, Hornets. Come on. Get to the top of the league, Hornets. Let's go, Hornets.
Got a home run.
A home run, Keisha, in the Hornets. Come on, Hornets. Actually, I don't even remember. Actually, no. Keisha is in the Hornets. Keisha Phillips is in the Hornets. So... However, she's also
Hornets
in my
World
other
Series
save.
champions.
Yes, exactly. That's what we're going for, Homunculus. Hello, Bri. Welcome on into tonight. It's weird saying tonight because it's still fucking light outside right now, and
I know, it's been awesome. I prefer this.
I don't. Listen, Zach. Listen. You gotta understand, my mind isn't in the zone right now. My mind gets in the zone when it's like dark outside, because that tells me, oh hey, it's showtime. Right now, I feel like I'm streaming way too early now.
You feel like you're on the 0 hour.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, technically we have a 0 hour at the beginning of every stream, but, you know, right now, I definitely feel like that because when I look outside, I can see my car. And I don't want to see my car when I stream.
Do you also like it when it gets pitch dark out at like 5 p.m.?
I mean, I've gotten used to it. I mean, like, listen. When we get back to that point, I'm not going to be used to it anymore because I'm going to be used... to it being light outside at 5. I enjoy it when it's light out at 5, but when I stream, I like it to be dark. Okay? I have a very simple set of needs, and that is one of them, and it's not being met right now, guys. It's not being met right now.
You are, in fact, a night owl.
Yes, I am, in fact. I've been one for as long as I can remember. Yeah. Hi, Zach. How are you?
Yes, I'm doing very good.
Good.
Got some shit to talk about today.
We do. We got some shit to talk about. But before we do that, I have given Zach a very unenviable task right now. At the beginning, before we started stream tonight, I gave him an unenviable task, the most difficult of all time. And that is thus. Make me give a shit about any team in the MLB based on something else other than vibes, because...
pure vibes.
Because right now, I'm a fan of the Chicago White Sox. And, according to my roommates and my own father, that is a poor choice. Now, to be fair, my dad is a Cubs fan, and he wishes I was a Cubs fan. But... No, absolutely not. Because here's the thing, right, chat? If we're going off of... In fact, here, I'll go ahead and boot it up for you real fast. If we're going off of the teams in Backyard Baseball 2001, right? We got, like, at least 6 teams here that are... red and blue.
It's almost time for a 2.5-minute pie break, my dudes. Get it? Cause it's pie day.
It's also the day where the Mets fry, Bri. Today is March 14th, the day the Mets fry.
Well, I'll say it's just off the rip. For you. I hope to God you don't become a Marlins or Rays fan, because those are both based in Florida.
I mean, I could be worse. I could be a Mariners fan, where we eat L's for breakfast. So.
Oh no! It could be worse. You could, you could be a Yankees fan. Everyone would hate you.
Dude, everyone would hate me, but at least with the Yankees, I'd be fucking winning. All right. I would be winning, maybe. I don't know about now. Because the Yankees don't have Shohei Ohtani, who's like the only baseball person I know right now. So
they also haven't won a World Series since '09.
Okay, well, never mind then. Forget I said that. What are like the winning teams right now, Zach? Like, what are like the winningest teams? I guess.
Last year in the World Series, we had the Dodgers. Ew, but they had Shohei on it. And we also had the Toronto Blue Jays, the Canadian team.
The Toronto Blue Jays, weren't they once the Expos? Or is that the Washington?
That's the Nationals.
It's the Washington Nationals. Okay.
Yeah, we're once the Expos. No. The Toronto Blue Jays, yeah. They only once had 2 Canadian baseball teams. Blue Jays are one of them.
Okay. And the other one was the Expos.
Yeah, they was the Expos until they relocated it in the mid-2000s, like 04, 05, I believe, where it went to Washington and became the Washington Nationals, and their logo looks like the Walgreens logo.
The Walgreens logo is great.
Yeah, I see that WH Walgreens.
Hold on. I need to see it then. We need to see the Washington Nationals logo. Hold on just a second, chat. Hold on. I need to go ahead and fucking mute this right here. Give me just a second. Let me put the music on real fast. Also, Zach, I'm going to share my browser screen with you. Don't let me forget to switch it over to the game when we get to it, okay?
Roger that.
Because you will need to see the games in order to commentate tonight. I'll share it with chat as well, don't worry. I hope they get fried to a crisp. Dude, Mike Piazza's gonna be kicking and pissing at the end of the game tonight. It's gonna be huge. I know Pete Crow Armstrong and a bunch of other baseball player names. Who is Pete Crow Armstrong? Like, what's his thing? Do you know, Zach?
Ooh, that name sounds familiar.
Oh yeah, they have the World Baseball Classic going on right now. What's that?
Yep. Oh, that is where teams from all over the world compete against each other. So we have like Team USA, Team Mexico, Team Japan, Team Korea, etc. What have you?
You're right. It does look like the Walgreens logo.
Yeah, it does. It's the Walgreens logo.
Dude, I'm gonna go to like the ball. Okay, hold on. Where the fuck do the Nationals play? Hold on, let's see. I mean, obviously they play in Washington State, but like
but the park name
home field at National Parks. They're at Nationals Park. I'm gonna go to Nationals Park to watch the Nationals choke, and then get a refill on my fucking Zoloft. because after the loss, I'm gonna fucking need it.
I can't help it. It looks like the Walgreens logo.
No, and what do you do at Walgreens? You get refills on Zoloft. Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, there you go. We need a WWE themed baseball game. I need a wrestling themed most things, but unfortunately, they're scared.
Yeah,
they're scared. We're not gonna get another Twisted Metal type game. We'll never have JR ever again say that Rikishi now has the Twisty Rockets ever again.
Mm-hmm.
We'll never get that because, frankly, they're scared. What I would like is more kind of like, zany and quirky sports games, right? Because everything is like a simulation now.
But
aside from like a few examples.
As long as they don't do the battleground shit.
Well, the Battleground stuff was like lazy zany,
Yeah.
you know?
Mm-hmm.
That was like zany, but if you were
Hello,
also
Mario.
2K, you know?
Yeah.
Which is like the most anti-zany company of all time. They'll like they'll like do a magic trick in front of you and then charge you $50 for it. Like, that's what they're all about. It's all about the Cardinals number 69, Stev. Well, you know what? I think you would get along with my roommate, Ray J, because they just told me they're a Cardinals fan. So, right before coming on stream, and then I told them I'm a White Sox fan, and all she had to say to me was, good luck.
Like, spits it.
Like, all she had to say to me was good luck. Because...
Yeah, good luck.
So Zach...
Yes.
I now have a question for you. And this is your chance to sell me
Wrong.
on it, and you
It's about the Cubs, always has and always will be. It's about the Cubbies, Stev, no Hornets, White Sox, or Mets.
I think you get along with my dad, Bri, because he's a big Cubs guy. I was a big Cubs guy when I was a kid, just because I was into whatever sports team my family was into. And, you know, I mean, I kind of like the Cubs. But I like Sox, and I like Chicago. So White Sox it is. I will be a loser if I need to be. Okay? White Sox, huh? Pats your shoulder. Good luck. And she gives you like a hard caramel from the candy dish for a recompense. Anyways, Zach, sorry. What?
So you like Sox. Now look at how come you're not a fan of the Boston Red Sox?
Because fuck Boston. I mean... Because I've not been to Boston, and so I don't have any strong feelings to Boston. I've been to Chicago multiple times. I have strong feelings about Chicago. Alright? This casually gives you a piece of Tootsie Roll for good luck. Yeah, like after... Dude, that's what I'm getting after getting a question right on a spelling bee. Either that, or like, Smarties, aka edible chalk. So, yeah. But the question, Zach, that I want to ask you, right?
Yes.
Should I give a shit about the Washington Nationals?
No.
Why not? Why not?
They have not done shit since they last won the World Series in 2019. They've been a bad baseball team ever since. They are still rebuilding, as it were.
Okay. So, in your humble, perhaps biased opinion, right? And I will open the door to chat as well. And Bri, if your team is the Cubs, great, I'm happy for you. I may still have a very small Cubs hat somewhere in my closet, and you can have it. All right? Because I'm on that White Sox Kool-Aid now. Just on vibes. But yeah, in your humble opinion, who should I give a shit about?
Jesus Christ, that's a loaded question.
Okay, well, like, how about this? Who do you give a shit about, Zach?
You know who I give a shit about. I give a shit about the Tigers. I actually do kind of give a shit about the Toronto Blue Jays. I like their vibe, so to speak.
Okay.
I like good old Canada.
Everyone does.
I like the O's, the Baltimore Orioles for
the Baltimore Orioles.
Yeah.
Or as I call them as a kid, the Baltimore Oreos.
I keep doing that as well.
Listen, man. If that team was called the Oreos and they had nothing but a giant cookie as their mascot, it'd be over. That would be a fucking W, brother. That would be the biggest W. And they would have the slogan, "We're gonna cream them," and it would be notable because they would have a cream cookie as their mascot. Don't think about it in any other sense.
Like, I like them just based on their pure aesthetic and their jerseys. Their dominant color is orange. They have like orange and black aesthetic, and it looks so fucking good.
And they have a cartoon bird. Everyone likes a cartoon bird. So
I like the cartoon buds.
the titular Oreo. The titular
it's
Oreo.
Oreo. Despite like the L, the L after L, I am always rooting for the Seattle Mariners. They actually did want to go to the playoffs last year before losing in like the championship. They were almost to the World Series, but they lost the series to the Blue Jays.
I'm telling you, man, it's easy to root for a loser team. You know?
Yeah,
Everyone wants to see the losers win. No one wants to see the winners win. You know?
Mm-hmm.
Like, the losers have a built-in story. You know? That's why wrestling is good, because it has the stories, right? Everyone loves a good comeback story, and the Seattle Mariners, I don't know if they have a comeback story, because then that would mean they have, you know, something to come back to. You know? when they never been back, right? They were never here to begin with.
Wow, congratulations. You have the most wins in MLB history. You have nothing to show for it.
The most wins, and you have nothing to show for it, dude. Dude, they are the Eddie Kingston of wrestling teams, right? They're the Eddie Kingston of wrestling teams. Everyone loves them.
Nothing beats a cool,
but
refreshing
like,
sip of water.
When it comes time, when it's like make or break time, they always break, you know?
Mm-hmm. I would say I would advise. Oh man, this starts to say I would not advise being a Pittsburgh Pirate fan. Their park is like. Here's the thing: their park is like one of the most beautiful parks out there, and they have goated T-shirts or jerseys or what have you. But they literally have not done like they have not won a World Series since like the '60s. And the last time they've been to the playoffs was like the early 2010s.
Oh,
they've been
wow.
Yeah.
Look at this, dude. Like, you got a view of the bridge, you got the city.
Yeah.
You got the city skyline there, you know?
Mm-hmm.
It's like a perfect view of Pittsburgh as a city, you know? And you got like the lake there. You're probably going to get some ferries coming there too, you know? It's perfect. I'd imagine it's a big thing when someone hits a home run and the ball lands in the freaking river.
Yep, that's the same thing with the San Francisco Giants home field. They're actually right by a lake, so the ball always goes in there.
Giants field. Let's look. Oh my. No, dude, they're like by the ocean.
Yeah.
Dude, the bottom of the ocean there must look crazy. Like, you got like fish swimming by there. They're trying to, and they're like picking up the like balls that come in. Dude, if I was swimming by and a homer hit and like the ball was coming down on me, I'd be scared as shit. You know?
you on like your little motorbike or what have you?
No, like if I was a fish and all of a sudden it gets like shadowy, I look up, it's a fucking baseball coming down. Ah!
Watch out!
Watch out when you are wait, what do you when you're a mer-giraffe. Dude, a mermaid with a giraffe head would go hard as fuck. Wow.
Yeah.
Oracle Park is what it's called. The Giants win. How many times has that gone up? But no, like, I'd imagine this is a great view, especially in the daytime, because, like, you got the boats, you got the ocean, and you got, like, the mountains in the background, right? It's like, very picturesque.
Just based off pure park aesthetic, my favorites is like this one, the Pittsburgh one, and like the Baltimore one.
Okay, Baltimore. The Baltimore Oreo. Come on, someone has to have made it. No, are you kidding me?
No!
Are you kidding, dude? There has to be someone. The Baltimore Oreo. No. Fuck that. The Baltimore Oreos. Yes. This random poster on Reddit has it fucking on lock. Wow. Dude, I'm telling you, like the fact the fact the Orioles haven't like tried something like this is honestly a little surprising. This kind of feels like something they could do as like an April Fool's thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Just like sell like little like, you know, Baltimore Oreos, or just like, I don't know, like put your name on some fucking Oreos during Halloween, because Halloween is when they have like the orange cream in there, right?
Mm-hmm.
So fuck it, why not? I like that.
Yep. I also really love their park. It looks cool.
Orioles
as shit.
Field. Let's see it. That's pretty good. I mean, like, it's mostly the city that's surrounding it, right?
Yeah.
It kind of looks like it's kind of at a centerpiece of the city.
Mm-hmm.
This thing looks crazy when it's filled up. Look at this.
Yeah. Whew.
That looks insane.
Okay.
Aw, that's cute. Wow.
Of course, I'm also the biased Tigers fan. Be like, I like Comerica Park. You know, people always like to complain about it looks too fucking big.
Detroit Tigers Field.
Yeah,
I'll still snack on them. I would too. I would like it too.
It's a very big park.
Zach, this is too fucking big.
Fucking big.
Dude, why do you need such a big field? Actually, no. I don't think the problem is that it's big. The problem is that in places it looks really empty. You know? This whole section right here, this feels like you could put more people there, right?
Yeah, they have the little like vehicles up there as well.
Yeah, like you have, you know, like the identity of the city, which is motors and cars and shit. Louder Detroit.
That's the old part. Wow, let's see. There. That's Tiger Stadium right there.
I can see why you would like this. I mean, like, it has a good view of the city over here. It does... Mm-hmm. The Tiger Stadium, is this it right here?
Yeah, that's their old stadium, Tiger Stadium.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It's got a good view of the city. I enjoy, like, having tall buildings in the background, you know? But, like, I think that the Giants field is my favorite one because, you know, you get, like, a good sort of, like, mixture of sites, so...
Yeah, I can't really see it from here, but from across Comerica Park is Ford Field, where the Lions play. They're literally across the street from each other.
When the ball goes out of the park, you know the ball will go for a swim. Referring to the Giants field, absolutely. Like that ball is not coming back. That ball is literally swimming with the fishes. Now, it is gone.
I also have a small bit of, because I've been on vacation a few times, I have a small bit of bias towards the Arizona Diamondbacks. People like to call them the Snakes, the Snake Up, as it were.
Oh, what? Like the team itself?
Yeah.
Why? Why do they like to call them the Snakes?
Because, you know, it says, Arizona Snakes.
Okay.
Not a big fan of their park, though. It looks very...
Now this... Okay, Zach. This feels way too big.
Yeah, now that is big.
How? How are you going to get good home runs out of this place? You know?
Yeah.
I don't think you're going to be able to. Because, like, when I have a home run, I want to leave the ballpark, right? I want the MLB to spend so much money on fucking balls. It's not even funny. Right?
That's the crazy part, Logan. This isn't even the biggest park.
What is the biggest park?
The Colorado Rockies Park, but that's because of the elevation in Colorado.
Colorado Rockies Field. I don't know. This doesn't look any bigger than some of the others that we've seen. But I will say, okay, from this angle, it looks fucking gigantic.
I just say, it doesn't matter how big it is, balls fly out of this ballpark because of the elevation in Colorado.
But like, dude, you've done nothing, ever. What? Why do you have a field so big?
The
The
only time
Colorado Rockies have done nothing ever. What do you mean that you have a field this big?
they've been to exactly one World Series where they got swept by the Red Sox. That's pretty much it.
Well, dude, listen, man, it's the Red Sox. You know?
Yeah, that's like
It's the fucking
07.
Red Sox. Oh,
Yeah.
are those the 07 World Series?
Yeah,
Rockies versus goddamn
Boston.
Boston. Fuck the Red Sox. I hate them. Also, if you're wondering, chat, the guy in the left right here, the guy in the bottom left, that, for your information, is Ricky Dozan. This is a photo of him that we got last night from, I think it was All-Star Pro Wrestling, which was released in 2000. Sorry, in the year 2000. And literally the way he entered was he was descending from the heavens with this face and this pose. And he held this pose the entire time that he was coming down, and when he landed in the ring, he just fucking held this pose. Hold on, I'm gonna show Zach the fucking thing I'm talking about here. Because I don't know if you were, like, there at the beginning of last night's stream.
Yeah, I was there for the beginning.
Okay. Well, nonetheless, I'm gonna show you it because it's fun.
Okay.
Let's just go ahead and send you it. Here we are.
Oh my god, yeah, this I saw this.
I loved it. I loved it a lot.
Now, Logan, if you're curious, what like, I guess what the speaking of the Red Sox have like the oldest park. Like I'm talking about since like the 1920s type of park.
Has it ever been renovated?
It's been renovated. Love field they call it the Green Monster up there.
What, this guy here?
Yeah. They call it the Green Monster.
I love
how
that.
big it is. Yeah.
Dude, why am I being advertised sit go as I'm watching baseball? Get the fuck out of here.
It's funny you say that. The Houston Astros literally advertise like a garbage company
Alright, hold on.
in their field.
Houston Astros field. Fucking cheaters. I don't know. I just hear they cheat. I'm pretty sure that's just a conspiracy theory.
PNC Park. There's you see that like those green tracks up there? A train goes by up there in the park.
What, this?
No. Yeah. Green tracks. Yeah.
Oh, that's so
train.
cool. Do you think, dude? Do you think like a ball has ever hit the train?
I hope so.
dude, like that has to be part of the appeal, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like,
yeah, the train.
Like, come and ride our train on game day. You might just get domed with a baseball.
Mm-hmm.
We of course will not pay for your hospital bills.
Yeah.
But it's gonna be cool. You'll be able to tell your grandparents that. Or rather your grandkids that. Oh, I see the train tracks.
Yeah.
I see they also have like a version of the field that closes in depending on the weather. So
yep.
That's cool.
Now, okay, now, Logan, I feel like I have to ask you this. We talk about color combinations. What would be your favorite color combination, so to speak?
Well, I mean, you're looking at my mask right now, so. Purple and orange, brother.
Purple. Oh, geez. There's only one team that has purple on it. That's the Colorado
Rockies. Fuck my life, dude. But what about the Diamondbacks? I mean, like, listen. I've seen Randy Johnson in Backyard Baseball. He's got that purple, okay?
Logan, I got bad.
He's got it. I saw it.
Oh, Logan, I got bad news for you. That's their old logo. They updated it with the red. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Go fuck yourself, man. Come on.
Yeah.
That sucks shit.
yeah, just dissipates. Oh,
Ah, yeah, I'm like the, I'm like the yellow frowning, where I like the yellow sad face with hands up in the air and it like disappears Thanos style.
yeah.
Ah! That's me in real life. Okay. Speaking of me disappearing, that's actually gonna be the Mets here in a little bit because everyone, it is time for us to return to backyard baseball. But first, let's go ahead and run the ad here, and then we will start the first game of the evening, which is bodying the Expos
It's
again.
break time. Where the
Rolls on
heck's
after
the
this.
Cheetos, my dudes?
Imagine a skateboard without wheels and used as a single
for the White
skateboard.
Sox.
That's the concept behind Cool Borders.
I mean, we didn't really,
The graphics look great
we
and
didn't
still
really
frames,
focus on
but
you
they're a
telling
disappointment in
me
real time.
what teams
Also
to
disappointing is
give
the
a
play
shit
control.
about. We just kind of
The
looked
high
at their
speed and challenge
stadiums.
of the game
Yeah,
made it difficult
yeah,
to
yeah.
navigate the courses.
So
Even with
I
the
would
hard
say
turn
yes, I still
Jumping
give a
is
shit about
also
the White
awkward.
Sox.
It feels delayed or held back. As in many other games
But
of this
again,
type,
like, a lot
you
of
can
it is
perform
just
tricks
based
to
off
earn
of
points,
vibes.
But that's kind of
You know?
pointless. No
I don't know
bad opinion.
anything about the
The
White
main goal is
Sox
not simply
in
surviving the
2026.
levels, but beating a
right?
certain time set previously by a fictional
They're
player.
supposed to be
This takes away
better
from
this
just being
year
able to
than
have
last
fun,
year, but
and
last
that
year they only won
announcer,
like 60
ugh,
games.
somebody shoot
So,
that
6
guy.
out of 16 games.
He's one of those guys.
Yeah,
with
well, no.
slow-motion syntax
Last
and
year they
overdrawn
won
emotion,
60
saying things like,
at like
"Way
the
cool,
163
man. Totally
games.
rocking, man. Whoa,
Oh,
I
okay.
thought you were history. And
Yeah,
are you
yeah, because
tripping out or
baseball-
what?"
Baseball has
Sometimes you wish
like
the goal of the game were to hunt that wiener down
162
and kill him.
games in the regular season.
162 games.
Yeah, so they had over 100 losses.
Not for like each team, right? Or is it for each team?
Wait, what do you mean? Like each
Is it
team
like
has
160 games for like each team? Or
Yep, each team has 162 games.
in a
This is
single
like baseball-
season?
Yes, in a single season.
That's a lot of games. Wow.
Yeah, baseball is like the longest season out of the 4 major sports.
Okay.
Like it starts at literally like the last 2 days of March, and it goes all the way to like the last 2 days of September before playoffs in October.
Okay.
Mhm.
They're playing like every day, it sounds like.
Yeah, well, there's such thing as off days, and there's the All-Star break that happens in like July, what have you, where All-Star festivities and the All-Star game and shit like that. While games are on hold.
Okay, cool.
Mhm.
Got it.
They
That's a
also have
lot
a-
more than I was kind of anticipating. Wow.
There's also a thing called double headers, where where if a game has to be postponed due to like weather,
Om nom
the
nom.
rain,
Oh,
or what
excuse
have
me,
you,
we're back, my
they'll do a
dudes.
makeup
Looks like
game
it.
where they do 2 games in one in one day.
Okay.
Mhm.
I mean, baseball sounds like it takes a while sometimes. So, for you to
Yeah.
do multiple games in a single day, that would that would take literally all day to do.
Thank God there's a pitch clock because before, some pitchers love to take their sweet ass time before throwing the next baseball. I'm talking like over like 40 seconds worth.
That
They'll
is
take-
that's crazy.
yeah, now it's like 15 to 20 seconds maximum.
Okay. Sure.
Yeah, it's like Jesus, and that's the biggest complaint Bezos always had, how fucking slow it can be. Games taking like over 4 hours. So pitchers are, but now it's like just under 3 hours nowadays.
Hmm. Yeah. But I can handle that mostly.
Mhm.
I can handle 3 hours or less.
Those nights of watching 3-hour Raws are finally paying off.
Oh my god, dude. My endurance is through the roof.
Yeah.
I knew it would count for something. Anything. And it finally did. Alright, cool. Season play. See? Right now we have an undefeated season with the Sox.
Yep.
Just like in real life. And again, the only reason I really drafted Juan Gonzalez was because he was on your team, Zach.
Yep.
So that's really it. Again, vibes.
The Tigers got him from the Mariners. Yeah.
Dude, he decided I actually want to win a World Series, maybe, perhaps, at some point in time. So he was like, I'm gonna go over here, thank you.
Oh, if only you knew. Dude, the Tigers in the early 90s and early 2000s were actually like absolute dog shit. In
Aw.
03. Yeah, in 03, they only won, what was it? They were 41 and 119. They are like one game away from being tied with the 1960s Mets for having the worst record ever in baseball. Thank God they didn't break that record. White Sox did. 2 years ago.
That's why they're my goats. They're my goats. That's my fucking goats. Right there, dude. Holy shit. Alright. So, since we last played a few weeks ago, I like to think that I've gotten smarter at this game. You know?
Mm-hmm.
I like to think that I've gotten more intelligent at how to plan out my goddamn players here. So, what we're gonna do is this, right? I have more faith in JavaScript right now than I did before. Jocinda Smith, she's honestly pretty not great, if I'm being perfectly honest with you.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like the game, like, wants to sell you on her, but she's really only good at making contact, which makes her a more logical choice to kind of place towards the bottom, I feel like.
Mm-hmm.
But, like, if you can just make contact and you can't really bring any speed to the table, because, like, Jocinda's really not that fast either.
Nah, she's not.
Like,
She
I
ain't
would
like
say, like, there are multiple people on this very team that are faster than her. I'm pretty sure, actually, no, JavaScript would not be faster.
Dude, she's so slow.
JavaScript is like erosion as a baseball player, you know?
Mm-hmm.
She's so fucking slow. No,
Yeah, they're fools. They only have one of the Weber twins.
They only have one of the Weber twins, dude. They're fools. That's why we beat them so much last time. But I want to give them the benefit of the doubt. I want to see if the Expos bring anything else to the table besides failure. Because I want to remind everyone of where we were last time, right? 15-3. That's how much we bodied them last time. It was not a very interesting game, I'm going to be perfectly honest with you. But maybe this time will be different. Ah! Dude, we're meeting the Cubs later. That's crazy.
Dun dun.
Dun dun dun. Alright, here we go.
Hello, all you baseball maniacs. Sunny day.
That's Logan's turning into 2-1.
Welcoming you friends of the feather to another edition of Baseball Madness.
Playing in today's game are the Montreal Expos and the humongous Hornets. Sure,
Dude, they're so humongous.
Season of highs and lows, and there's no telling if these kids.
Hello, Mario.
Hi, Zach, too. How are you doing tonight? Welcome on into tonight's Long Blade Club meeting. Hopefully your day's going well.
Without further ado, it's
Also, Vinny, what the fuck are you talking about? We're undefeated.
okay. You
Actually, no, we're not undefeated. We lost to the Mets.
I lost.
Remember?
I lost the Mets. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we lost to the Mets by 1. If you could be a human version of any animal that would be your OC for a whole year, what animal would you choose? Dude, take another look at me, and then ask that question again. Alright? Take a look at me. I'll give you 3 guesses.
Oh, pitching. fishing today.
Respectfully, I'll give you 3 guesses.
Kenny has a consistent slow ball, but man, can he go
Besides your
with
current model.
crazy ball.
Again, I'll give
Oh,
you 3
you
guesses.
cheater.
Again, I'll give you 3 guesses.
Clever.
Dude, I'm a lucha giraffe, okay? I'm not a normal giraffe. So, checkmate, brother.
Now, pitch on the way. A swing.
Oh, God.
A bouncing ball. He gobbled it up.
What?
I
Hey!
think that was supposed to be a
Oh,
throw.
jeez. We're already off to a start.
Say goodbye.
Yes, giraffe.
Olga Tollefson.
But if I could choose anything else but a giraffe... I don't know, I would probably be some kind of monkey, honestly.
Target goes up. And the throw.
Monkey.
A swing.
Where are, like, those monkeys that are in Ghost of Tsushima?
Would really
The
shake
really
things
fluffy
up.
ones?
And the count is 0-1.
Hmm.
I'd be one of those. Because if I were a monkey, I would probably want to be a huggable monkey.
Target
You know?
goes up. And the throw.
Kenny, why is your zone so big?
Dude, his zone is big on anything that's not a slow ball, it feels like.
Yeah,
The stretch. Fires.
they nerfed him.
Nice!
Say goodbye to
Dude, I baited them.
Take it from me. Pitchers this good aren't easy to come by.
Dude, I would have, like, another good pitcher on this team if I didn't draft Ahmed Khan with Amir Khan. If I just drafted Amir, then he would be a good pitcher. But when you draft Ahmed on the same team as Amir, his pitching gets a big debuff.
He's ready now. Throws it.
But,
Strike one.
as a consequence, everything else about him gets buffed. Like, he basically just
Use the heat.
He basically just kind of becomes a copy of, like, Ahmed, but with slightly better pitching.
The wind
Yeah.
and
Does Amir.
He gets a D. Oh, uh-oh.
Hold
Uh-oh.
on. Just said that.
jumping in the air.
Yeah!
Yeah!
Holy shit, that was good.
All right, it's our turn now.
That was a great fucking catch. Wow. Wow, that's really yellow. It's yellow. It's white on yellow text.
Kaufman.
When he's not,
I would choose a Tanuki. Tanukis are cute.
his ability to hold
Basically any, like, big, round, fluffy thing,
43 minutes without stopping.
I'd probably also be.
Pete Wheeler. First up.
Like, have you ever seen Norwegian forest cats? Those things are, like, they have some of the thickest coats in the feline kingdom.
What am I supposed to do again?
But you're not really supposed to keep them as pets. Also,
Center. Pitch on the way.
bunt.
Swing.
Good job, bud. Go! Go!
Run!
Go!
Run! Run! Yeah! Oh, yeah. Oh.
Whoa!
Yeah!
Hey!
No!
Hey!
No! Look at it!
Pete!
Second. Tripped
Oh.
and fell.
Yeah!
Holy shit!
Triple.
That kid's got a lot of get up.
What a dude! What a start!
Sticks his axe with a little
Oh, Loki's having a great day.
Oh, dude, when he's on the team
Nobody
with
out.
fucking Ahmed, Amir always has a good day. Or at least, like, it shows he has a good day.
Throws it. A bouncing ball.
Pete!
scrambling.
Oh, fuck, no. I'm not confident in that.
He's caught in a pickle.
Oh no. Oh no.
This was bad. This was bad.
And the
Okay, there we go.
Ooh,
Great.
okay, let's go.
Wow. I flew, dude, if I played the distraction game,
Looking to make
I
it.
probably could have gotten like Amir to second base.
with
So,
nobody out.
Yeah.
Kiss this one goodbye.
all right.
Yeah. Bye.
He comes center. The delivery.
Ah, foul.
Ball.
No,
Yeah.
Blooper sent him running.
I was about to say, don't you dare get him out on a foul, please.
Runners at the corners. No out.
I got him ready to steal. We're gonna build this shit out.
Cuts to the plate.
That's a ball.
Ball one. Make
Yeah,
Run!
I'm no
What?
dummy.
Yeah.
I don't know if I would have done that.
Well, you know what, Vinny? You don't have the guts for this. That's why you're on commentary.
That's why you're retired.
That's why you retired at the ripe age of... I don't know how old you are. Honestly. Oh, fuck.
Pete.
Pete.
Pete. Oh no, Pete's.
down.
Oh, no. Oh, Logan, waste all his
He's
stamina.
gassed. He's gassed, dude. P-Wheeler's gassed. Okay,
Oh,
good.
you wait, yeah. You wasted all the stamina from the running.
It's too much for him.
Ah! I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know why I did that. I got the bases loaded. It's fine.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine to be like this.
Oh, boy.
No
Because this boy's about to hit a grand slam.
Dude, first move of the game, and it's a grand slam. I'd pop hard. Come on, Pablo.
And the delivery. Ball 1.
You don't have the balls.
I mean, we need 4 balls to walk. So.
The pitch. The wing. That's a foul. And the count is 1-1.
Ha! Lock in, Pablo.
Ooh.
Set this game off on the right foot.
The 1-1 pitch.
It's a ball.
That was ball 2.
Yep. I become a baseball fucking
And the pitch.
brain surgeon here. We can do this.
A bouncing ball.
Run, oh, run, keep run.
That's an unenviable position.
Got a chance to score in this
Still
inning.
scored.
Let's do it.
We just did it, Vinny.
Run today. Keisha Phillips.
Dude, P is so gassed on that run.
I was about to say he's going to the Gatorade barrel right now. He needs it. He needs that shit, big style.
The windup and the pitch. Swing. A bouncing
I'm not a
ball.
fan of that.
Man, I'm scrambling.
That's bad.
And the run.
Oh, I'm here,
But they're stupid. Glad they're stupid, though.
dude,
Glad.
dude, the Expos. More like the ex-poo-poos. What are they doing? What are they
No,
thinking?
No,
What's
no,
your-
Logan, yeah. No,
What?
Logan, we're doing? We're exposing them.
Dude, we're exposing the Expos. That's bars. Wow, I love that. Alright, I'm gonna be honest with you, Ahmed, you gotta belt this one, because you don't have the stamina right now. I'm sorry to say. You do not have, like, the movement speed right now in order to really do anything except belt it.
He's trying to hit his headphones.
I was about to say. So he'll finally listen to coaching.
The 1-1 pitch. The wing.
That's
It's
out.
no,
That's gotta
no,
be
it's
on. No, really? Okay, but that
Go.
Scores. Gets it off the wall.
that's probably not great. Ah, that's fine.
Score.
That's fine. That's okay. That's
That's fine.
fucking okay.
Yeah. Bro. the
Dude,
wall-
we're exposing them. Big style, you're right.
Ready to get the job done.
Expose the expos.
1 yard.
Alright, JavaCrypt. Let's do it.
Windup. Cuts to the plate. Strike 1.
Come on.
Third. 1 out.
Alright, JavaCrypt's batting average has not been great this season, I'm not gonna lie to you.
Away.
But
Ball 1.
if there's any game to up it, if there's any game to juice the stats, this right here is the game to do it, you know?
Here's the motion. The 1-1 pitch.
Ball?
Strike 2.
What?
Jesus, they playing like Miami. Is that context?
Oh.
Ready now. 2 pitch.
Is Miami bad?
That was a ball.
Yeah, the Miami Marlins are like a bad baseball team.
Dude, the Marlins are a bad team and they're from Florida.
That's it for this kid.
That's crazy.
Nuts.
Oh, nuts.
Logan, you don't know how bad they are? They've never won in their own division.
Aww.
but yet they've won the World Series twice
A swing.
from a wild card berth.
Big fucking frauds right there. That sounds like fraud. Dude, that sounds like a fraud fucking play to me, honestly.
Meanwhile, the Tampa Bay Rays, another Florida team, have never even won a World Series.
Well, the Tampa Bay, they're called the Devil Rays in this. Wow, man.
The windup and the pitch.
The Devil Rays.
I can't
They're
believe
MJF, dude.
that.
Yeah. They're no longer called the Devil Rays, just
Target goes up.
just
And
the
the pitch.
Rays.
That's a fucking ball, idiot. Get out of here. Also, hi, Patootie. Welcome on in. Pedro Sanchez? That's the brother of Pablo Sanchez. That's his brother's son, right there. That's his brother's son, right there. Tampa Bay sucks without Tom Brady. LOL. Ah, yes, the best baseball player of all time, Tom Brady.
The Brady.
Along with my favorite hockey player, LeBron James.
Ready now and delivered.
Oh, too early.
Way too early. That's Michael Jordan. That was his fabled, not very well talked about curling run. Right after he was done with both the NBA and the MLB. He took up career curling.
I'm Vladimir Guerrero Senior.
Senior.
Yeah, well, I say senior because his son plays in the MLB right now for the Blue Jays.
Oh, so he's staying in Canada then. Okay.
Yeah.
That is cool. That's neat.
People love Vladimir Guerrero Jr.
Why do they love him so much?
Because he's a great baseball player, and they love his energy. He does the bat flip whenever he does a no doubter home run.
Hello, Mario.
like when you hit it, and you instantly know it's a home run.
Vladimir Guerrero Jr. We got Vladimir Guerrero and we got Vladimir Guerrero Jr. right here.
Takes the stretch up the 1-1 pitch.
Along with Ted fucking DiBiase Jr. and superstar Jimmy Snuka Jr. Anyways, Zach 2 asked you a question in chat, Zach 1. Zach 2 asks Zach 1. Question for your commentary friend. What would your walkout song be if you were a wrestler?
Dude,
that's a big question, brother.
That's a big fucking question because baseball players also have walk-up music. Like coming to the play, they have the music just like in this game.
They have entrance music?
Yeah, they do.
Dude, that's awesome. Wow. I love that.
Yeah. And look, I shit you not. This one time, I went to like a minor league baseball field. I shit you not. One of our players, his walk-up music was fucking Megalovania.
Dude, that's awesome. I'm pretty sure JR was watching at home going like, well, what the fuck is this shit right here? It's Sans from Undertale coming out here to the plate right now. That right there is Sans Undertale is what I'm being told. Yeah, I worked at the baseball stadium for like 2 years. What did you do? What did they come out to? Good God Almighty! It's Sans Undertale. He told me before tonight's game. On days like this, kids like you should be burning in hell. They're gonna burn in hell tonight, gang. Anyways. Sorry, Zach, I don't mean to go off topic. What was your entrance music?
It's fine. Dude, I just think of like music, what have you, at the same minor league field, like in between innings, when they have like music play. Often they love to play the Mortal Kombat movie theme.
Oh, like dude. Yeah, that.
Yeah. Gonna hit a touchdown. And whenever I watch the Tigers play at their home stadium. Also, in the background, I shit you not, they love to play the John Cena theme.
dude, they're all marks. What can I say? Oh! Go, Pete! Go!
I don't care if your gas run. No, Logan.
Oh no, that was dude, that was stupid. No, that wasn't stupid. What are they doing?
Nice one. That kid's pretty fast.
Why are the Expos so stupid? You got a power up.
Dude, I got a power up there. Wow. A Luna power! I'm saving that.
Oh, dude, look, you know what that does?
That sends it skyrocketing out of the field.
Yes, guaranteed
That's
home
like a
run. That one is.
guaranteed homer, right?
Yep.
Speaking of homers. Oh no, that's hey, 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 oh.
No, that would have been out here if it was like the power thing.
Yeah, if it was like a power hit, that would have been out of here. Every time our home team loses, the guy plays Taylor Swift "Shake It Off." LOL, that's great. My walkout song would be "Neon Grave" by Dayseeker. I can't say I've ever heard of Dayseeker, but I'm glad that you have that. What's Dayseeker all about? But sorry, Zach, go.
No, look, you would love watching a baseball game just to hear like the different music the home team players come out to.
Who the fuck, dude? Who the fuck says that wrestling has no influence on the world?
Oh, I wish
that would have been power, dude. If that was power, that would be out of here. I feel like.
Oh wait, Amir Khan.
Amir Khan. You're right. Capitalize on their stupidity.
Vinny the Gooch loving that.
Vinny the Gooch loving that shit. Dude, 6-0. Are we gonna cream them further than we did last time?
Are we gonna Versi rule them?
There's someone on the Arizona Diamondbacks who comes out to Kurt Angle's music.
Yeah, they do.
Dude, do they repeat the intro 3 times? They have to repeat the intro 3 times, otherwise they're not serious.
She can throw while blindfolded.
That's gotta be peak Diamondback right there. Nah, he's not that much of a dog. Dude, if he wants to make a statement, he's gotta come out to the version where the intro repeats 3 times. That's how you know you're in trouble.
You're talking about you're talking about the ECW version he had, right?
Yeah, the ECW version, but like in modern times, everyone thinks of that as like Wrestling Machine, unfortunately completely perked out on painkillers, Kurt Angle.
Yeah. Oh, you hit the power up, Logan.
I'm playing that one safe though. That ball has way too many players close to it for my liking. But coming out to his TNA music would be absolutely nuts. It would be. Anyways, if repeat intro 3 times, he's hitting a dinger. Yes, exactly. If he repeats the intro 3 times, the pitcher may as well walk off the fucking plate because that ball is ending up outside the field immediately. They may as well walk off the fucking plate. Because that shit is gone.
I'm actually one of the reasons not choosing the ECW version is because, unfortunately, I think most people have not even heard of or forgotten about that version.
Man. Well, don't tell TikTok that because TikTok, wrestling TikTok loves Kurt Angle's old music. Or at least, like ECW music.
Yeah.
Ah, you idiots! You're dumb! Expose! Holy shit! No, like, if they came out to his TNA music, that'd be beast. Anyways, what? That's fine. That's fine. They're not on base. They're completely absent. What are you doing? Anyways, Zach, what would your music be? I'm sorry. We keep fucking forgetting the question.
Gulp. What would my music be? Oh, you want to hit the limit of power, don't you?
Think about it while I hit a homer.
She is ready and delivered.
Gone! It's out of here! That shit is gone! It's out here like last year.
Say goodbye, Ma. Looks like this one's gonna be raised by wolves.
Dude, I'm gonna pop the achievement here. I'm pretty sure.
That power up is the only way to get the achievement to like hit a home run and like that.
750 feet, I believe. But like, I'm still like 100 feet shy of it. For Zach 1, most underrated TV show in your opinion. Well, first Zach needs to answer the first question.
Yeah, I did to think about this.
With nobody else, I got a hankering for some baseball spankering.
Oh wow.
Baseball spankering.
The swing, lined back.
Yeah, think about that.
Okay. I think I have my answer, but I would go for like the funny option.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's the funny option?
I would come out to Knuckles' SA1 theme.
Dude, that would go so hard. Wow.
Yeah.
Home run.
You know what? Just to match your energy, I come out to the SA2 version.
Into the Montreal.
Yeah, hell yeah.
She's out of there. Smacks one towards the gap. Tags first.
Again, just send us
Yeah.
a fucking fraud, dude.
Penny color.
Yeah. You know what would also be like a funny theme to come out to, just because of the beginning of it, Rouge's SA2 theme.
1-0.
Flying the freedom, brother.
Yeah, find the freedom.
Actually, no. If I wanted to match your energy, I would come out to It Doesn't Matter. Honestly.
Yeah.
An
Yeah.
undergrounder.
We both need to come out to, like, Sonic music.
Say is I can dig it, baby. Oh yeah.
Oh, your character's so slow.
Dude, Java Crypt is so slow. This right here is why she becomes a pit fight princess. This is why she stopped playing baseball.
Now I can answer the other question.
Okay.
But
The other question is about most underrated TV show.
that's easy one for you. I love me Mechas XLR. That's a goated show.
I hear a lot of people talk about that, specifically older Cartoon Network fans.
Mm-hmm.
An unforgettable underground.
I think I shown you a few episodes of that before.
That thing's
You
gonna-
might have. If you did, I can't remember, sorry.
These kids are on their way.
Yeah, not very long. It's only 26 episodes.
No, it's just kind of a standard length show, honestly. Oh boy. Oh shit. Dude, why are you leaving the base? 13-0!
Yeah, give me some more of that.
13-0 at the bottom of the second inning.
This kid looks like he's on his way.
It does remind me, Logan, the WBC is going on, right? There's such thing as mercy rule in the WBC.
Dude, at this point they'd be calling it. At this point they'd be calling it, I think.
Taco, what?
Like, listen, I'm not here to give them mercy. I'm here to juice the stats, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I'm here to juice our fucking stats.
Oh!
Juice the fucking...
No! Logan, second.
You're kidding me, dude. Why would you throw it to third base? Oh yeah, probably because you know I'm gonna try to seal it. Man,
Dude.
Really?
Dude, this is gonna be like 20-0 or some shit.
Runner on second. 1 out.
I'm sending that ball on a one-way trip to Cooperstown.
What is Cooperstown, Zach? Can you...
That is where that is a place in New York where the Baseball Hall of Fame Museum is. It's where people get inducted into the Hall of Fame.
Oh. Okay, well, he's from Detroit.
Cuts to the plate.
Famously in New York.
Long drive.
But no, I understand the idea.
Yeah.
He's safe.
Into second with a standing double.
Oh, she fell.
Fuck you, Sydney Weber! Get fucked.
She does have a good arm, so don't tempt her.
That's why Halloween is such a popular holiday.
Dude, 14-0. We're juicing these stats crazy.
Second. 1 out.
You know what? We might not even get to the Mets because they can't get me off the plate here.
And the throw.
But like I said, I'm not gonna like.
You're so good. You're so.
Dude, I'm not gonna take it easy on them. You know.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Drop the.
I'm not here to take it easy on them. I'm here to win.
And
You know.
Mhm.
This is
She did a twirl.
Yeah. It was like the pass with theatrics. Why would you not throw it?
I think these kids have given up.
My funny choice for a walkout song would be Dreams of an Absolution. Dude, that's not a funny choice. That's a bass choice.
Yeah,
Are you kidding me?
That's based.
second and third.
I'd be coming out to that shit. Why not? I think a funny choice would honestly be New Venture from fucking Sonic Rush Adventure.
Or Probably end the Sonic art tracks.
Any of the Sonic art tracks would be great. No, I know what it is, man. I know what it is. I know what Dream Zone Absolution is. I'm a lifelong Sonic fan. I'm a knower. All right?
Pitch on the way.
I listened to the original and the remix version.
The one with Bentley Jones, yeah, or the artist formerly known as Bentley Jones. Because since then they've transitioned.
Who needs
So.
movies when
Dude, that remix is so fucking good. I'm gonna be honest.
I enjoy the original version better, though. It seems like that's the one most people know nowadays, though. So,
Yeah.
the original one. Alright. Alright, Ahmed. Put them out of their misery.
Swung on, lined back.
He's out.
Ahmed.
What?!
Wow!
Dude,
Okay.
you guys suck ass. For real.
And it's
I say that, then I pay for it immediately.
lucky.
No, it's all part of your plan, Logan, because you want this game to be over immediately after put their ass on us.
Yeah, like, I just want to get to the fucking Mets now, please.
And the throw. Swung on.
Oh
no,
my lord.
That's,
No,
dude,
no
Java
way.
Crypt! Java Crypt! Java Crypt! Java Crypt!
Yeah, let's go!
Africa
the pitcher just turned to watch you go out of the park.
That shit's awesome!
has issued a home run watch.
I'll come out with the Billy Kidman theme. I love that too, yeah.
Yeah.
I'd come out the Billy Kidman's theme. Why not? Holy shit, dude. 18 and 0!
Jocinda Smith.
How? How is this real?
Among the best players on the team.
Dude, everyone's gonna... Dude, all the other teams are gonna be looking at this score and they're gonna be sweating and pissing themselves.
From the wind-up Byers.
So, fuck, we have to go with that team?
Like, fuck. We gotta face it at some point, huh?
Alan Holzman.
He's been known to pull a radical pitch out of his
Dude, I'm pretty sure that they've,
just may see a monkey ball or a scramble.
Damn, Expo's really feeling like Miami.
And delivers.
Ayo.
I mean, just send us kind of an easy out.
That little blooper sent him
Please.
And the runner.
Yeah.
Wow.
Barely making it.
I'm over here bleeding.
Mario.
I'm over here
Well,
bleeding with them to do something. Hi, Dan. How are you?
This kid's got it.
Or if you want to be done, you gotta try to run a second so I can throw you.
I could, couldn't I?
From the stretch. The delivery. Ball one. Tries to steal.
But, like, that implies that they're gonna make it.
Bro!
That was easy, dude!
Second. 2 out.
She was out by a mile and a half, and you all you had to do was walk 2 feet behind you.
And the throw. Swing.
Dude, if this were a baseball game, we would be the Giants and they would be the Jets.
Count is 1.
Alright?
Oh, I got Undergrounder no longer there.
Yeah, I missed my chance on that.
And the delivery.
They got one on me, I'll admit.
A bouncing ball.
Like it
That's
did.
a slow roll.
We're 18 and 0. Who cares? I mean, like, I'm just gonna fly close to the sun if I want to. You know? Like, at this point, who the fuck's gonna stop
Quite a
me?
predicament.
No way!
Bro.
Why would you do that?
Bro!
Dude, we're just running the gamut over and over here at first base. Look at this.
Runners on first and second. 2 out.
Over at the batter's plate. We're just running the gamut over and over again.
I'm gonna hit a touchdown.
You sure are, Pete.
No, because, like, unlike the Jets, the Giants have won a World Series. Where, like, they've won the Super Bowl. You know? Wait, Zach, have they... No, Zach, please. Don't tell me I'm wrong on that.
Ball.
Well, actually, the Jets have won the Super Bowl before, but that was back in the 1960s.
Okay.
Super Bowl 3.
We'll have the Giants won.
This summer, Jimmy
Multiple.
Jerker is the glazing
Yes.
Gooner Man.
Looking to make
Coming
a
to
name for
theaters
themselves.
soon.
With nobody.
The last one they won was in 2011, I believe.
Okay.
The stretch and the pitch. Swinging. A bouncing
But they've won
ball.
multiple times, right?
Yeah.
Scoops
Okay.
it up. The throw to first base. First out
I don't know, with a name like the New York Giants,
comes to the plate.
I feel like you gotta, like, win a bunch, right?
Yeah.
Ready now and delivers.
Hmm.
The wing.
How many Super Bowls have the Giants won? Let me look.
And the throw to first.
Like, look at this. Look at this, Zach. Look at this. Look at what's happening here.
Away. A swing.
This death and destruction on display.
This is...
It's all over it. And the throw to first. Out.
We're back up to bat again.
The
Look at 14! 14! Alright, time for another massacre. Let's do it.
Let's go.
Again,
Look
I'm
at
not
this
gonna take...
photograph. Every time it always makes me laugh.
Strike one.
You know, one of my friends told me that they're surprised I don't have the Chad Kroger meme where he's like, "Look at this giraffe!" as a redeem. And I need to remind myself to add that because that's genius.
I'm scrambling.
All right.
I'm surprised I don't have that either. Look at this!
And it's out of play.
Sorry, Zach. Go.
All right. The Giants have won 4 Super Bowls. The last one was in 2011.
They have a runner
Okay.
on second. Nobody out.
If this one go by.
Okay, well, more accurately,
The offering. Swinging. Strike.
more accurately, the Expos would probably be the Cardinals, the Arizona Cardinals,
Here's the motion. And
or the Rockies.
that was a ball.
Although
Yeah,
the
yeah, yeah.
Rockies are like fucking,
1-1.
you know, baseball, and the Cardinals are football. So
Take
Yeah.
that.
The Cardinals have never won a Super Bowl, so.
they were at the Super Bowl once, but then they choked it with the Steelers. So
Yeah. Oh yeah. You saw that video.
yeah, I saw that video. With how much you're shitting all over the Rockies, I expected them to be the worst sports team, but it was the Cardinals instead.
Yeah. It's the Cardinals.
Ball 3.
For context, chat, there's a video that popped up on my feed a little while ago where it's like finding the worst sports team in America, and it like took all of the teams across, you know, like the 4 major sports: baseball, hockey, football, and basketball. And they took the 4 major organizations in those sports,
Pablo Sanchez.
and they willed them down to who is the worst team between all of them, right? And he came to the
Accurate.
conclusion that the worst team was the Arizona Cardinals. I do kind of disagree with that,
Away.
because he kind of broke his own rules, you know?
Oh my 20.
That's out.
1.
21 to 0. 21.
21.
Yeah, the Jets only won once at the, you know, towards the beginning of the Super Bowl era. So,
Yeah. Look, you
or
remember
the
he has
current
an
era.
look. You remember he has an entire segment on just the Jets in general,
And the
which was
Browns
not-
and Lions. So,
yeah. 'Cause
which,
the-
like, you know, when you look at it that way, yeah, the Lions and the Browns, they both have more going for them. So,
yeah.
Funniest kid on the team, and everybody loves being around her.
No out.
but I seen that video, and according to him, the worst in terms of baseball is the Mariners.
which I agree with. I mean, if you don't make it to the World Series, or rather, like, if you're always choking
0-1.
when it's your time, then, you know,
The stretch and the throw.
Yeah.
having the most wins can only get you so far, you know?
I've heard someone describe it like being a Mariners fan as like repeatedly getting punched in the dick in the balls.
Can't win 'em all.
Yeah, because each time they give you expectations, they like punch you right below.
Meanwhile, the Cowboys are sad. I mean, like, they used to be really good, and now they're not, you know?
They have not done anything relevant since the 90s.
And the delivery.
It's
They're
almost time
supposed
for a
to be
2.5-minute Cheetos break, my dudes.
America's team.
And it's a snow.
Wow, he got that. Okay, cool.
Wow.
We're gonna go ahead and snooze this, and then we're going to
He's
kind
out.
of wrap up the inning here,
Lucky stepped in.
Mhm.
and then we'll run the ad.
Ready to get the job done for the team.
2 out.
But no, it's like the Cowboys. They're supposed to be America's team. But yeah, I tell you, it's the 90s.
I mean,
been to the playoffs a bunch of times, but I'm doing
wow.
squat.
That's it for the third inning.
I mean, you know, granted, the world kind of sees us as a bunch of losers right now, and we deserve that. So, in fairness, that's pretty apt.
I also can't say shit because
It's break
despite
time.
the Cowboys,
Where the heck's the Cheetos, my dudes?
not doing shit since the 90s. They always get monster TV ratings. They always have the most primetime games. It always does good in the ratings.
Now it's time to play FOF speed round. Here's
Listen,
how it
man,
works. We have three
they got
genres
hype
left:
moments on
racing,
Aura, and I
sports,
guess that
and
counts for
puzzles.
something.
We go through
Yeah.
each list of games,
They have hype
comment
moments in
briefly on
Aura.
each title, and you have to guess which title
Cool.
is our favorite from that list. Full
So,
reviews are
Zach,
available on our
I told you
website.
this already, I think,
Ready?
but I'm thinking
Set,
about
Go.
adding some
Racing.
more stuff to
R4 Ridge Racer.
the ad
New
break
and easier
rotation.
cornering
I don't
controls,
think I'm gonna
plus
take out
nice
Gitsy
graphics.
because Colin kind of made
Star
an
Wars,
argument, right?
Episode 1 racing.
Because I told him what I was
Doesn't
planning on
quite
doing,
feel
and he
like
made this
600
argument
miles
to
per
me.
hour as advertised.
Gitsy's part of the channel's
Micro
branding and
Machine
identity.
64
Well,
turbo.
not branding, but
Steering is weird.
it's part of the
Graphics
identity.
too simple.
You know.
It
Penny
is.
Racing. Mario Kart
So-
for kids.
So we're gonna keep it
User-friendly
in,
creative track
but we're gonna
modes.
add some stuff,
Extreme
right?
G2. Awesome graphics.
And those
stuff on
things
top.
are
Course designs.
infomercials.
Roll cage.
particularly
Wow.
ones
Lighting
that
effects,
particularly
but
ones for
often very
things that you
frustrating.
know you can't really get
Formula
anymore,
1 98.
Mm.
This game
or
might
at least
as well
like
be
ones that
new
don't
and
have like
Pod
phone
Racing,
numbers
The
on them or
Return.
anything, so that way I'm
And
not
lastly, Chocobo Racing.
so that way it
Mario
doesn't
Kart for
seem like
kids,
I'm trying to
but
sell
much
my
better
audience
than
on
Penny
shit,
Racers.
you know.
And the top
Yeah.
game is,
Yeah.
surprise,
Like,
surprise, Extreme G2.
like progressive, like AEW does.
Well, you know, I mean, like, progressive exists. You know what doesn't exist anymore? Floam. Probably Mighty Mendit as well. Basically, take your pick of whatever Billy Mays was selling back then, and it probably
Yeah.
isn't being sold anymore. So,
Yeah.
one thing that's stood the test of time, though, oddly enough, is pillow pets. Do you remember those at all? Have you ever seen those?
I don't believe I have.
Ones that are like, it's a pillow, it's a pet, it's a pillow pet. That?
Nope.
Anyone?
Nope.
Ah, well, they still exist, and
Oh.
they're actually seemingly bigger than they used to be, because like back then they only had like, you know, ones that were based on certain animals, right? But now
Mhm.
they have like ones that are Sonic the Hedgehog. They have one that's Freddy Fazbear,
Nom
which
nom.
is really
Oh,
funny
excuse
to me.
me, we're back, my
because
dudes.
Freddy Fazbear will kill you, you know?
Yeah.
You know, Scott Cawthon may be a piece of shit, but he struck gold with like Five Nights at Freddy's because it's such a versatile thing. You can make it cutesy or you can make it horrific, you know? So
And people, dude, you should have slogan. People are fucking down bad with some of them, like Roxanne.
I know.
Seems like little smoke.
They're so down bad for some of these characters like Chica. People want to insert themselves in Chica so much, you know? Which, like, you know, obviously I'm not here to, you know, kink shame in that way. If that's your thing, then cool. I'm just saying that, like, you know, people want to do
Clank,
it.
clank, so speaking.
They love themselves some clankers, you know?
Yeah, clankers.
They love themselves some clankers. I needed to laugh because my girlfriend at that time was such a Cowboys fan, she thought they had a chance. Aww.
In a light alley either.
Cowboys fans say that every year. This year is our year. They say
This
it every year.
dude, this year's our year, and then it's not their year. Lather, rinse, repeat until the end of the universe. You know?
Uh-huh.
Ooh, throw a slow ball after throwing the heat.
1 out.
I'm sorry, I need to take the Expos home already. They're drunk.
The delivery. Strike. Turn on the heat.
Dude, if we don't play like this during the Mets, I'm gonna be so upset.
He throws it.
Well, I feel like there's gonna be a big difference. I feel like the Mets aren't gonna make the same fielding mistakes like the Expos.
What now?
There's a big difference. I feel like the Mets aren't gonna make the same fielding mistakes as the Expos.
No, I feel like it's gonna be on average, more competitive. You know?
Yeah.
Also, Emil, I'm sorry I didn't say hi to you earlier. Hopefully you're
Hi,
doing
Emil.
well. Welcome on into tonight's Long Boy Club meeting. Remember a woman got a tattoo saying Cowboys 2024 Super Bowl champion?
Oh no!
That poor woman.
Bouncing ball. He scoops it up.
And this is why you don't get tattoos of those until they actually win the thing.
Dude, that thing's probably worse than getting a tattoo of your ex. You know?
Yeah. Yeah.
Like getting a tattoo saying Miranda X Allen forever, and then Miranda ends up cheating on you. You know?
Yeah.
With nobody out.
She
Fuck
NTRs
Miranda.
you.
Home run.
She NTRs you.
Fuck Miranda.
And the pitch.
But not as much as Chris is fucking her.
Bouncing ball.
Hey-oh.
Scrambling.
Oh, run, Jacinda! Run!
She'll be held to a single.
Okay, that's fine. At least we got the good... At least we got the special bat here.
Mhm. Eh.
Next up, Kenny Kawakami.
Yo, I would love for Kenny to hit a home run with the aluminum bat.
Crazy bunt.
Oh, it's crazy! How crazy is it?
So I'm gonna wait on this one, okay?
Okay.
The stretch. He throws it.
I'm gonna wait on this one until, like, Pete gets up to the mound.
Nobody out.
Alright?
Here's hoping you sound like you're gassed.
Into the windup. And the
He shouldn't be.
offering.
He's
A
had...
swing.
He's had a good break.
A bouncing
feel like.
ball.
Gotta watch your kneecaps on those tables.
Bro, it's...
Safe.
Dude, they're so tunnel visioned. Oh, hey. Hold on. I say that. I say
Jacinda's
that.
so slow.
She's so fucking slow. Oh,
Why
but...
are you throwing home? Why are you throwing home?
Go, Kenny! Go!
He's got wheels.
Dude, he's got wheels of fucking steel.
Wheeler steps in.
Fuck it, we're gonna do the crazy bunt.
Oh, how
Pete.
crazy is it?
How fucking crazy is it, Zach?
I'm gonna hit a touchdown.
Let's see.
He comes center. Fires. The wing.
Yeah, buddy! Go!
Whoa, it's crazy. It's pretty crazy.
No, but it's not that
Oh,
crazy,
it stopped.
honestly.
Oh, it was not that crazy.
It was not very crazy.
And they've scratched out another run. And
Ha ha ha, you idiots!
kids
Get out of here.
hustling today. The runner.
Bro! 24! It's 0 in favor of the Hornets.
Oh, we got another one.
You still have another crazy punt. Holy shit.
Into the windup.
Oh,
Fire.
wait.
A swing.
Or well, I guess we're
Okay,
using
yeah.
it now
Crazy bunt.
because I didn't have time to switch.
I don't know how the physics of that thing is, but one thing I do know.
Pretty crazy.
It's pretty fucking
Oh,
nuts, brother. Aww.
Going for 2 bases and makes it easily.
Nice one. That kid's pretty fast.
Another one.
Wait, I'm sorry. That was a special pitch that I hit?
Yeah, I guess so.
I don't even... Dude, could have fooled me. Because I didn't notice it.
Here's the motion and delivers. Swing.
Look, whenever I see
You can throw your
Undergrounder, you know what my mind immediately goes to? Raw
What?
Underground.
Underground. That's where Juan Gonzalez would have gone if he was in baseball.
Yeah.
Also, what does this 13, 12, and 11 BB kind of
Here's the windup.
stand for?
The 1-1 pitch. Another strike.
If he can keep it together.
Down there at his name.
1 and 2.
On.
13, 12, and 11 BB.
From the windup. The
Rather
1-2
just
pitch.
B, I should say.
That was ball
B.
2.
And like, customer receipt to this Packers number 7.
He's set for the 2-2 pitch.
You see it?
And popped up.
Well, now you don't see it because I just hit the ball. But you would have saw it underneath his name.
Pablo.
Yeah, right there. Do you see it?
Even though the secret
12 and 21B?
English, we all know.
Okay. So he's gotten, 2B means double. He's gotten 1 double.
And the throw.
Okay.
A
Oh.
bouncing ball.
I'll tell you more later when I gets up.
And he's safe.
That's it. Yep.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I'm going for it. Fuck it.
He's caught in a pickle.
Bro.
Dude.
Lost her footing.
Fuck it. What?
And
Fuck it. Whatever.
Trip.
Dude, we're up by 24. It's fine.
Everyone counts.
turn it back.
But no, yeah, she's 2 for 3 today. She's gotten 1 double and 1 single. Single. That's what it means. The 2B means double. The 1B means like single.
Been very,
Okay.
good to me.
Oh.
The
Oh, it's not 12 and 11. It's 1 and 2.
Takes
Okay.
the strap,
Mhm.
throws it.
Okay, the formatting on that text made me think it was like double digits. So,
Yeah, Keisha Phillips, you see how the top 3B means she plays third base.
The swing,
okay.
long fly.
That makes sense. That better be a home
Oh!
run because 1 is gassed. Yeah, baby.
That
That's
was
gone.
fantastic.
Excuse me, may I park this ball here?
Hell yeah. She's gone.
D-
We
d-
are
dude, I'm waiting-
27 and 0.
Dude, I'm waiting for the ball to hit in that pool one of these days.
That'd be based as hell. That's
Yeah.
not happening.
It'd be like the Giants Park.
It would. It would. It'd be swimming with the fishes. It's great.
He's got Ahmed Khan and
Dude, Ahmed Khan on a bad day is still awesome, though.
Yeah,
gonna smack this one.
Pretty sure he will.
sure.
Here's the motion and the throw.
Ball.
That was ball 1. 1-0.
No, Zach, I was talking to you earlier today about Tubi and how
Hell yeah.
and how like based it is.
Ball
Because
Uh-huh.
like I was
2-0.
looking on it today, and they're like I messaged in the server,
She's set.
in, the community Discord,
Ball 3.
that Cartoon Network is starting to re-upload episodes of Ed and Eddie on YouTube. And you reminded me that recently they put Ed and Eddie and more old Cartoon Network stuff on Tubi.
Like Crypto, the super dog.
Like Krypton, the super dog. Yeah. And I was like, oh yeah, they did do that.
Going
Uh,
2 bases.
And so I went to check on Tubi today because I wanted to watch some
It's pretty fast.
like Eds before, tonight's show.
Steps in.
Uh,
Have a runner on second.
and I was like, and they still don't have the movie.
Going
And then you
down.
corrected me, said, no, actually they do have the movie. It's just listening to something else. And I'm like, holy fucking shit, dude.
The ball.
Finally, I can be happy in this lifetime.
Dude, it hasn't been legally available since like 09.
Yeah, ever since it came out, really.
Ball 2.
So,
Yeah.
2-0.
Because
Okay,
not even HBO Max at its peak had the Big Picture show as part of its lineup. You know?
Right field.
It's always been just the show.
And it's an out.
Dude, not even
The runner
I tell you this, not even the complete series like box set
DVD has it.
Yeah.
No. Like, Tubi is the first place in, like, over a decade that you could watch it legally. It's been re-uploaded on YouTube a few times, but it's been taken down, like, basically every time as well. So,
Mhm.
Ball 1.
Yeah,
But
like,
no,
oh,
like-
holy base.
yeah, I know. Like, you add that on top of, like, all of Friendship is Magic being added on there, and, like, various other Cartoon Network things, and it's just like, dude. Oh, and also,
They-
apparently, it's a haven for, like, LGBTQ plus content, too, which I'll need to check out myself. But it's crazy. Like, it's crazy how much stuff they got on there.
Dude, they even have like the Eddie's 3 specials, which are in like different tabs of each other
Mhm.
for some reason. But it's so cool. Oh, idiots.
Why? Why would you do that?
Yeah, Loka. They have pretty base cartoons on there. They have the original Teen Titans. They have Codename Kids Next Door. They have Dexter's Lab.
hmm
The Courage.
And those are all the full series. Like, you know what the fuck the YouTube channel's doing right now? They're re-uploading it piecemeal. Like, one episode of every show per week, I think.
Serena
Hmm.
DeMonte.
So,
Pitch is
come on.
better against kids who speak French and write poetry verses. And rumor has it, she's not a big fan of Brussels sprouts.
Really? That's weird. My parents told me all kids like Brussels sprouts.
Oh man, are you a sucker?
Okay, but like genuinely, if you do not like Brussels sprouts, here's what you need to do. Hold on. You need to take them, put them in a skillet, right? Add whatever spices you want and, like olive oil. Bam. Like that shit becomes gourmet. Because basically when you get down to it, Brussels sprouts are just little cabbages, right?
Yep.
Lots of people enjoy cabbage. And they enjoy cabbage when you ferment it or season it, you know?
Two left on, and the Hornets lead it.
The competition is
So, geez, they lead it all right. Wow.
Guerrero steps up.
Vladimir Guerrero Jr. up to plate.
Yeah, senior.
Or senior, I should say.
Strike one.
Jesus Christ, it's been so long since we've seen him.
Was a slow one.
Or really any of the expos that are notable up to plate.
He winds, and the delivery.
I don't think we've seen, like, Ashley Weber or Sydney Weber more than once.
That's what I call together.
Oh no! Ooh.
That's it.
Got him out.
Because I knew she wouldn't make it back. So I just went with Kenny.
By Logan, this is also, aside from like buying the shit on like YouTube and Amazon, this is the first time I'm also able to watch Pinky and the Brain like, for allowing to pay as on like YouTube or Amazon.
What, like the standalone series?
From the windup.
Yeah.
Wow, that's crazy. Hold on.
Ball. Got it. Straight
Dude, it's like HBO Max had like all this Cartoon Network shit, and they barely bothered to put barely any of it on it. So we had to come to the rescue.
They put quite a bit on it once upon a time, but then they took it all off.
Yeah.
And now I think the only thing that's left that's classic is Courage.
Yeah.
I'm gonna.
And the only thing that's modern is, well, no, I wouldn't call it modern now. It's called.
a swing. A bunt.
Is Adventure Time retro now? Is it? Because I think legally it's retro.
Is 2010 considered retro?
God damn, dude, that was 16 years ago. Dude, that was 16 years ago. Adventure Time is old enough to drive.
One day.
Runner on first.
Sure
That's-
is.
This one's out of here.
Oh, goodness.
Oh no, that means Logan.
Hello,
That means
Mario.
Retro's Magic is retro.
Hi, Sierra. Dude, it is. It turned 16 this year.
Set. And the delivery. The wing.
I think in terms of, like, TV shows, I think you could consider something retro once it crosses into 15 years. Oh my god, dude, did you see that? Sydney was ready to throw that ball, and this pitcher just steamrolled her. Did you see that?
They're all bumping into each other.
They have no dude, there's no coordination on this team. I want to get to 30, chat. I want to get to 30 hit. I want to get to 30 runs.
On a one-way trip to Cooperstown.
I want to get, like,
Takes her stretch. And the offering. Swinging.
30 runs on this game.
Swung early.
Also, hi, Siren. Welcome on in.
Oh.
From the stretch.
No.
Throws it. The swing.
I saw that, like, Tubi has the whole of Friendship is Magic. And even though I'm not a brony anymore,
That's an out. And the runner
Oh.
tags. And he's safe.
even though I'm not a brony anymore, anytime that I see Friendship is Magic and see that it has the final episode, I get wistful. So,
Yeah, it gets sentimental. Oh.
I get sentimental and wistful. Because I'm just like, man, this show changed my life. You know?
Takes her stretch.
Uh-huh.
Delivered.
Not always for the better, but it did.
And
So,
the count is 1-0.
and it holds a very special place in my heart. So,
Into
having
the
it on
middle.
Tubi just
And
available,
delivered.
just,
The swing.
it made me happy.
Ball.
You know?
Not having to no longer rely on like external stuff to watch it.
Yes. Well, actually,
And the runner.
if I am, or like that whole generation kind of encompasses more than just FIM. I don't know if
Yeah,
Tubi has everything else. Like, does it have the choose your own adventure charts? I don't think it's got that. You know?
No,
think it's got that
that's probably
shit.
gonna stay on YouTube.
Right? Yeah.
The swing.
like the Choose Your Adventure, yeah, along with like the other shorts, like the mini episodes of Question Girls.
Oh yeah. Tripped
Oh,
and
yeah.
fell.
She can make it.
Pablo, go home. Pablo, go home.
Yeah, Pablo can go home. Keisha can probably do it too, honestly.
And they've scratched
Yeah,
my
Keisha,
back.
run.
Oh,
Keisha, run.
1,000%. 1,000% she can go home.
Yeah.
30 to 0.
These kids are really hustling today.
30 to fucking 0, dude. Retire. Get out of our company.
This one's out of here.
Oh, you're to retire. This is why the Expos moved.
Exactly. Get out of our company. Fucking hell, dude.
Oh, is that out of here? No.
Wait. Hold on. That faced the fence. Did you see that?
Yeah,
Did you see that the ball faced the fence? Dude, even the fence hates the fucking Expos. Even the fence hates this Expos. Wait, no, you know what this reminds me of? What does it remind you of, Ray J?
That was ball one.
Just a bit outside.
One
Just a bit outside.
into the windup. And the offering swing.
Oh!
Bouncing ball.
Okay, hold on. Okay, that's not very good. Wait, hold on. Why? Why would you do that?
This fucking team, I swear.
This team sucks balls, dude.
Watch this. Home run.
You know what? No. They deserve to get bodied even further. Get undergrounded, you fucking bitch. Get undergrounded, you cuck. You cuck.
She is ready. Cuts to the plate. Low ball two.
Oh my god. Hey, Logan, I believe they also have cow and chicken.
Cow and chicken?
She delivered.
Ren and Stimpy at home? That's crazy.
Yeah, I know, right? Where it's just like, or it just has like 4 VAs that play most of the characters or some shit.
Exactly. You know what? We love it when the VAs play basically all the cast.
Yeah.
When like the same collection of people play the same characters. So, dude, this fucking outfielder needs to be switched out.
And she's safe.
This guy right here is the shits.
And the runner's
Oh, they don't have.
Yeah.
Alright, never mind. They don't have cow and chicken yet.
Oh, okay.
next up. Any cow
I mean, honestly, like, is Cow and Chicken beloved enough to kind of get into the first sort of rotation?
Wow, the crowd.
Yeah,
Little
probably not.
Smokey Sid pitches a great
I mean, not to be disrespectful, but
keep throwing them.
I feel like in terms of like the old Cartoon Network stuff, it's kind of lower on the totem pole, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like, not to be mean, but
From the windup.
it just kind of gives off that vibe to me. So,
That was ball one.
Oh, okay. It's not added yet, but a show that's gonna get added in the future on Tubi is gonna be Duck Dodgers, and that was my shit as a kid.
Duck motherfucking Dodgers. Wow. Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Takes the stretch. She
Dude,
delivers.
it has a banger theme song.
It does, doesn't it?
Ball.
Gotta watch your knee.
I know about Duck Dodgers.
And he's out.
You know what? That's fine. 32 to 0.
End of the
It was robbed.
steps up to bat.
Dude,
No out.
I don't think we could be robbed even if we tried at this point.
Here's the motion. The pitch. Swung on.
I think it was the 2020. Wait. That Denver Broncos game that what? I'm sorry, man, but you need to retype that
One right up the middle.
because I don't know what
Over to second. Chucks it to first.
I don't know what you're saying about the Broncos.
I think it was the 2025 season. Broncos, the Denver Broncos coach.
Oh, Coach Legit had so much fun that he went to the fans and said, "Run any offensive play."
Play.
He went to the fans to say that?
Here's the pitch.
Brother.
The right.
Why didn't he go to his team to say that?
Slow and away.
Oh, look, I know you saw, but Tubi also had like the original Ben 10 on it.
And the
It
pitch.
did. Ben 10 is like a dude. Ben 10 is like a dynasty.
A bouncy
All right.
ball.
Yeah, it is.
Down the middle.
Like it's shocking how
She's
how
out.
much there is.
Alan
You know.
comes to the plate.
This young
It's.
battery
I think it's going to this day. To this day.
To this day.
To this day.
And the pitch. A swing.
All right.
I know it hasn't been added yet, but I look forward to Tubi adding. Yeah, I guess this is a signature of 6 a.m. Kidding Me on Boomerang. Them adding wacky races. I fucking love wacky races.
Guys, what was like your 6 a.m. before you go to school core for like TV shows? Because I think like in the morning our parents put something on in front of us. What was that for you? For me, it was like Bakugan and Danny Phantom, right? Hold on.
And the Hornets win it. 32-0.
When things got rough out there, these kids hung in and kept playing their hardest. This
Vinny, what are you talking about?
well done.
Until
I mean, like, yeah, it got rough for Montreal, and it stayed rough. It stayed rough out there, brother. Wow.
Say it bad.
I think it was 20. Okay, because they were winning so easily at the game. Oh, okay. I forgot that my roommate brought me out like this apple crumble out here, and I've let it go cold.
Oops.
Really good. What's belt ass? I was about to say. We put belt to ass to the Montreal Expo.
We sure did.
I mean, honestly, after a play like that, they deserve belt to ass. They're probably getting that from their coach right now.
Oh
yeah, I should say that. They're kids. Hold on. Scooby-Doo, Jackie Chan Adventures. Dude, whenever I think of Jackie Chan Adventures, I think of Doug's friend Parkster and how that's one of the only things that he knows about. Like, he knows about Rush Hour, Jackie Chan Adventures, and that's it.
yo, Logan, this is a throwback. Tubi also has Hoodwinked.
Dude, a Cartoon Network movie night staple. Hoodwinked.
Yeah.
Wow.
I'm not gonna lie, Logan.
Coming back.
I'm not gonna lie, Logan. At least for me, I want to rewatch those early seasons of Dexter's Laboratory because they're so fucking good.
Imagine coming home and your dad asks, "How was the game, son?" I'm just gonna tell him belt to ass, and then go up to my room and play Mario Galaxy because I don't want any of that shit anymore. Jack, wait. Which version of Scooby-Doo, Siren? Because Scooby-Doo has like many versions, you know?
Yeah. As a lot.
Much like Ben 10, Scooby-Doo is a dynasty, you know?
You can't stop it.
It's like the TNA of the cartoon world, but, you know.
Oh, the OG! Oh, shit, where are you?
Scooby-Doo. Yeah, that. Also, what's new Scooby-Doo? A staple in Simple Plan's concert rotation. No shit.
That you heard in person.
I heard it live when I went to go see, like, you know, the fucking, like, Offspring, because they were touring with Sum 41 and Simple Plan. Simple Plan was, like, the opener, right?
Mm-hmm.
Followed by Sum 41, and then the Offspring. But, like, literally, towards the end of Simple Plan's set, they played What's New Scooby-Doo, and they had a guy in a Scooby-Doo costume come out and, like, fucking dance on the stage. It was so fun. It was so funny. I love that.
I bet you love that. What's happening?
Simple Plan's always been more of a goofy band, and I'm glad that they embraced that side of their career. Because, honestly, if you weren't around at their peak, the What's New Scooby-Doo stuff is probably what you know them for the most. So
yeah, for sure.
Like, if you're not like a Simple Plan person, if you didn't like listen to them at like the peak of their popularity, then you probably know them from What's New Scooby-Doo. So yeah, Mystery Incorporated is probably a fan favorite because it's one that's a lot more serialized, you know?
Yep.
it's a lot more serialized than really any other incarnation of Scooby-Doo. So
Yeah, the
and unfortunately it's the one that had to get canceled. So yeah.
The closest that came to that before that was the 13 Ghosts of Scooby-Doo.
The 13? Only 13? Yeah. Dude, they face more than that.
But it's the 13 Ghosts of Scooby-Doo. Real ghosts. Ooh.
Dude.
Where they only captured 12 of them. And we didn't get a conclusion to that series until a crappy made-for-TV movie.
Maybe the 13th ghost was the friends we made along the way.
Ayo.
But no, they captured more than 13. I saw them do it. You know?
I saw it!
I mean, fucking, I saw it. You know, I saw them capture more than 13 ghosts in their time. They captured, like, hundreds, maybe?
But most has people in costumes.
Some on their own, some with celebrities, some with actual real-life wrestlers. Like, they've worked with so many people, man. They're the goats, you know?
They've worked with Batman and Robin.
They've worked with actual, like, Batman and Robin. They've worked with superheroes. They've worked with everyone you can think of. They're the goats, you know? I'm fucking looking at, like, oh, well, who captured this guy? Well, it was Shaggy Rogers, brother. He's got that shit on lock.
That's how he's the goat.
And, like, and when you know he walks up in the red shirt, you know it's serious Shaggy. It's not, like, hungry Shaggy. It's serious Shaggy when he walks up in the red shirt.
Red shirt Shaggy is always serious.
Yeah, that's the serious, I actually know how to solve a mystery Shaggy. Meanwhile, green-shirted Shaggy is, like, stoner bum Shaggy.
Remember, green shirt Shaggy went up against red shirt Shaggy in that Cyber Chase movie.
I know, right? I remember watching Scooby-Doo versus Courage the Cowardly Dog Death Battle. I fucking died when Scooby turned into a giant Asura's rat style. Well, he becomes a kaiju? Kaiju Scooby-Doo?
Yeah.
I love that. I love that for him. Why can't he turn into that shit more often? Anyways.
There's also a crossover between Scooby-Doo and Courage the Cowardly Dog.
Was it a made-for-TV movie? Because when I think about Courage the Cowardly Dog, I think about, like, the bit where, like, Courage is getting cornered by two monsters. They unmask, and it's Scooby and Shaggy. And Shaggy's like... And Shaggy's all like, step aside, man. We'll handle all of the ghosts on this network. And that was, like, a channel, like, identifier bumper, I believe. So...
Bro. That made-for-TV movie had Eustace Rap in it.
It had Asura's Wrath in it.
No, they had Eustace, the character from Courage
Eustace! It had goddamn motherfucking the goat. Eustace.
No, not only did it had Eustace, it had Rap in it.
Rapping Eustace?
Yep.
Dude, that's cursed as fuck. What?
Yep.
That's so cursed. Alright. So I feel like... That's it. I'm getting me mallet. Alright, Zach, I'm gonna... I told you before the stream, right?
Hello, Mario.
But... Oh, hey, Deontay, you're just in time for gambling.
Oh, no. Oh,
it's time, chat. It's time for the rematch. The Mets and the Hornets are at the top of their division. Only one can stand at the top of it tonight. It comes down to this game. The Hornets taking on the Mets at the back of some fucking auto shop, it looks like. And I feel like in order to really understand what we're up against, and before we do any betting, because for this game, I want us to bet channel points on who's winning. Either the Hornets or the Mets, right? And I feel like in order for us to make an informed decision, we need to check the stats, right? We gotta check the stats The stats being thus. How many times have these guys gotten home runs? We've gotten Courtney Valentino. She has 4 home runs. How about us? We got 6 between Pablo and goddamn Amir Khan. So...
Wait. Can you hover over the H? Does that stand for home run? No, it doesn't.
Hits,
There's
sorry.
an HR too. Yeah, that's for hits. The HR's right there.
They've honestly not gotten a lot of home runs, but neither have we. We've got 7, they got 4. But basically any other team that they any other team they played against, they fucking, they've been, dominating. And we also need to remember that our stats are so high because the fucking Expos juice the stats for us, you know?
Yep.
So let's kind of look at, like, their batting average. On average, it's just below 500. Meanwhile, our average is 645. And a lot of that could be attributed to the following people. Amir and Ahmed Khan, along with Pablo Sanchez. Pablo Sanchez, he's probably always going to be in the top. But Amir and, like, Ahmed have been tag teaming this. They've been having the standings for like, batting this season on lock. Like, here, let's go ahead and look at this. Hits. Amir Khan and Ahmed Khan. It's basically, the top 6 are dominated by the Hornets.
Yep.
Doubles. Ahmed and Amir. They're top 5. Ahmed Khan, top 1 in triples. Amir and Ahmed, top 2 in runs batted in. But the Mets, right in the middle of us, is Joanne May. So they have at least one good person on here. She could be the ace. The Mets have Courtney Valentino here in triples. They got 2 people in the top 10 in doubles. Marcellus Marks? Wow. They don't have anyone in hits, unfortunately. But in terms of home runs, they've got Joan May. They got Joan May up there again. Surprisingly, Amir Khan is not at the top. I think he used to be at the top. But both him and Keisha Phillips are in the top 4. Errors. Pablo's had the most errors out of anyone on our team. The Mets are not on here at all. So.
Pablo, get it together.
Kenny Kawaguchi is number 10. I mean, that's fine. He's the pitcher.
Yep.
Runs earned on average. The Mets, Marcellus Marks has more than a 1.2 average. Let's see here. Like, we are not on this top 10 at all, right there.
Nope. Who has struck out the most?
Strikeouts. We are...
Yeah, who is like...
What?
Who has struck out, like, whenever they come to the plate?
Or rather, just, like, pitchers, I mean. Because this actually signifies how many strikeouts a pitcher got, right?
Oh.
So, oddly enough, I don't think the Mets or the Hornets are on this top 10. So perhaps it signifies that we have bigger opponents on the horizon.
Here's the steals.
Keisha Phillips has stolen more bases. I'm surprised that Pete isn't on this. Slugging percentage. Joanne May is on here along with the Khan brothers, Pablo and Keisha. We just have a really good batting lineup, but the problem last time is that the Mets had much better defense, I believe. So, so really, it's like an unstoppable force meets the immovable object sort of thing going on here.
Yep. Yeah.
So in our case, it's not really offense that we need to worry about, it's defense. So, Zach.
Yes.
Start the betting. Let's go ahead and start it here real fast. I'm going to go ahead and pull it up.
Yeah, I see that. Uh-oh.
goals. Start a prediction. There you are. And we're gonna let it run for 5 minutes. Who wins? Humongous Hornets.
Who wins?
New York Mets. That's here. I'm gonna give it 10 minutes. Y'all got 10 minutes to vote on this shit.
10 minutes of playtime.
10 minutes of playtime, exactly. All right. Cool. I think we have our batting lineup here pretty much set too. So we just make sure that if someone's having an off day, they're not going to be on the field all that much.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to stick Ahmed at first base, just because I don't really trust him that much.
Oh, I'll BRB. I have to use the bathroom.
Okay. And reminder, chat. You've been seeing the Hornets this whole time, but the Mets seemingly are just as good as us because both teams have 4 wins and 1 loss on the column. The only loss that we've gotten was against the Mets. So keep that in mind as you're predicting. That is the only, one that we have lost against, is the Mets. I might put Pablo down a little further. There we go. Fuck it, we ball. That's the fucking spirit, brother. That's what I'm fucking talking about. Alright, cool. I don't want to start without Zach, but I don't want to keep it held up either. Why don't we baseball, Bri?
Have all day. This is Sunny Day, and my cohort, Vinny the Gooch, ready to...
It's almost time for a 2.5 minute Cheetos break, my dudes.
Well, hey, just in time, because now I don't need to worry about holding up the stream for Zach, because instead Bezos will hold it up for me.
It's break time. Where the heck's the Cheetos, my dudes?
Robbers after this. First pitch coming our way after this. First pitch coming your way after this. Make your prediction
of course,
for this game, sponsored by DraftKings Sportsbook.
While we have yet to review the N64 version, the PlayStation version did not live up to expectations. The graphics are very disappointing, especially during entrances, but the character animations are well done. Some modes do not even have entrances. I wish more than 4 players could be in the ring at once. Special moves are not listed in the manual, but some are listed in the
last game was
Wrestler
just
section.
a curb stomping.
Controls are okay,
so ideally this will be better.
400 plus moves are not easy to remember and have no logical connection to any particular buttons. For example, the ass kisser move uses ups instead of downs. Still, you can't beat a game that offers this many options. We had a lot of fun creating 3 fat black ladies fighting
Siren,
one
which
skinny
one
white bird.
is the ass?
You don't get to do that
Siren,
every day.
what is the ass kisser move? Can you remind me of that? Because, just from hearing that, it sounds like, a Billy Gunn move. Not a clue. Never played this game. So you're saying that George may be talking out his ass here? And I'm, scared to type in ass kisser move on stream. Because what's gonna happen is I'm gonna get fucking blicked off this platform.
Hello, Mario.
Is I'm gonna get, blicked from Twitch forever and you'll never see me again. Ass kisser move has gotta be the famous, sir, right? You would think so. Hello there, Infinite T Killer. Welcome on into tonight's Longboy Club meeting. Who's gonna win the next ball game? Who's gonna win the next ball game? Put in your predictions now. In DraftKings Sportsbook, an official partner of Backyard Baseball. New customers get 500 channel points when they sign up and play for free. Also, can someone explain to me why his name is Vinny the Gooch? It's better than Vinny the Cooch, right? Because then you're dealing with something entirely different. I'll be sent to the shadow realm of kick.com if I look up the ass kisser on stream chat.
Oh, excuse me, we're back, my dudes.
Hey, welcome back to Raw. Alright, let's do this. It's time.
The left.
Listen! It's time!
Here's the...
Hold on. Hold on just a second.
Listen.
For the Mets versus the humongous Hornets.
Okay, I think they get the picture. Going head to head in today's game are the humongous Hornets and the New York Mets. This has been quite an
What's expecting? Just listen.
the playoffs.
It's time, yeah!
Proud of their performance so far. They've played hard and it's paid off.
Without further ado, it's baseball time! The crowd is on their feet now, stomping and clapping. The best team in the BBL, the Hornets.
Dude, the Mets are here in that backstage, and they're kicking and screaming at that. I mean, like, if you saw the way that we played against the Expos last night, you'd probably be kicking too. Helms was always one of my faves. Dude, Shane Helms is based as fuck, it seems like. That Gregory Helms thing used to piss me off as a kid, and I don't know why. Probably because you face him over and over again in the season mode of SVR08.
Play ball!
I know I did.
Starting pitcher today is Lance Lambert.
Look at him.
I legit thought they were gonna say, like, Lance Hoyt or something.
All of them right back to the dugout.
Here comes...
I'm back.
Just in time for first bat.
Hey.
First pitch starts now.
I'm gonna hit a touchdown.
Touchdown. The touchdown.
Let's do it.
He set. He throws it.
This right here is the game that's going to decide who's at the top of the league, chat. This right here is where legends are born.
Oh, I see. He was at first base. That dude, Tony was causing you trouble last time.
Dude, Tony Del Vecchio was a bitch last time.
Yeah.
And he's gonna be a bitch again. Oh!
Oh!
Woo!
That hit.
What a heater!
That was hit him.
What a fucking
Run!
heater. Dude, we're off to a great start here.
And that marks the
Yeah!
score.
Yeah!
And the runner is safe.
Come on, Amir, we need to be bold today. We need to be bold! Bold!
Too risky.
I flew too close to the sun.
Goodbye.
Juan Gonzalez is having a good day today. That's what we love to see. That's that tiger power that we got here, chat.
Strike one.
Gotta swing at the right
That's
time.
that tiger spirit.
1-1.
Hell yeah.
I think that's what Zach would say.
The
The
stretch
fighting
Roar,
spirit
hear
of a
roar.
tiger. Hear the roar, brother, of the Hornets.
Eh.
Of the humongous Hornets.
Here's the motion. Pitch on the way. A swing.
Mmm.
Grounder to short.
Not exactly what I wanted. Oh!
Safe
Oh, they're playing less like the Mets and more like the Expos right now, chat.
Yeah.
Buzz.
Oh, the Mets are beating the Mets.
That's the roar
Yo.
of Hornets. Yeah.
Look at her batting average. 666.
666, the mark of the beast. That's what she's gonna leave on the Mets here tonight.
Low ball one. Runner on first. One out.
I'm not gonna be too risky here at the beginning. I want us to get a comfortable lead.
Here's the
Yeah.
motion. The pitch. The swing.
Oh!
That's out of here. That's
Yeah!
gone.
Let's try to jump for it.
I literally thought I was about to land inside the hearse there.
Yeah. You're like, bullshit.
Hello, Mario.
Good thing I bet channel points on this team to win.
Keisha.
Sure.
It's like Goldberg.
She's so good.
Actually, no, that would be like Pablo. Although Pablo's kind of on an off day today.
Yeah. He's cold as a
Basically, any big fuck that people love, they'll just chant his name like Goldberg. Like, Gunter. I remember when Wardlow was liked. It was Wardlow.
Yep.
Now he's not liked anymore.
Throw.
And, that's unfortunate.
Looped up.
And now he's hurt again.
He's hurt again. Dude, he's the most snake-bitten wrestler of all time. Gotta be.
He's got optimistic
He's fucking snake bitten.
Well, I think it's someone who's more snake bitten that belongs in the top 5.
Wade Barrett.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah, Wade Barrett.
Barrett Barrage. What's up,
Like,
change?
I don't blame the dude for retiring after so many fucking injuries he's had.
I don't blame it either, but at least he's able to, like, still do stuff in the WWE, you know?
Yeah.
Or just in
Wow,
wrestling in
Barrett-
general, because he's been a commentator for a while. Across multiple companies, I think.
People always say he's a good. People always say he's a good talker. So you know what? Appropriate.
Yeah, may as well lean into it, you know?
Yeah.
Oh, fuck. I forgot. We're
No,
playing against the
Pablo!
Mets. We're playing
Yeah.
against the Mets. We're playing against the goddamn Mets today. We need
It's
to
not
be
the
at top
Expos.
form.
It's not the Expos.
Yeah, we gotta be on top form tonight.
Time for a home run.
You've never hit a home run, Jocinda.
Neil.
It is a game of inches here we're playing with. It's not about the sprint, it's about the marathon, you know?
Yep. Baseball is a marathon, not a sprint. Is what people say.
Exactly. We need to play this smart. Goes for the steal immediately.
And the offering.
That's a ball.
Strike one.
What?
There he goes.
Bullshit.
Okay, no,
Yeah,
that's bad,
yeah,
that's bad, that's bad.
Makes it to
It's a bad
second.
move.
Oh, you stupid.
Oh, dude, I'm not stupid yet.
Runners on first and second. One out.
Here yet.
I'm not stupid just yet.
Now, and the pitch. Swing.
Oh,
That's not gonna be a homer.
oh, Pablo, no, very slow. No, Pablo, no. They got a power up as well.
Alright, this is gonna be a ball game, chat.
Up on the mound and ready for action.
Marathon.
Consistent slow ball, but man, can he go nuts with the crazy ball.
You're gonna need to go nuts today, Kenny.
Steps up to
Yep.
bat. No out.
I remember, Kenny, you do not have a good fastball, a good heater.
No, but he could throw it out if he needs to. Depending on the batting zone, it could work.
Swinging.
Yep.
Strike one. 0-1. I'm gonna get you
Parker
better.
columns on the Sega Game Gear right
The
here.
windup, he throws it. Another strike.
Let's see.
Slow pitch.
Bet the
I
bat-
think already we're facing someone with a higher batting average than the Expos. Because I don't remember like anyone on the Expos having more than 500.
Stretch, throws it.
Yeah, a different team. Oh
Shit. That's
no!
gone. That's out.
Off the wall.
Not to say, I was gonna say that right there probably sets the tone.
Gotta play smartly.
Let's play mind
And then-
games.
Throw to third.
Yeah.
Fires it over.
About that.
Pablo.
Here's the throw to second.
Pablo!
Straight to second.
Try not to play mind games. Hey, try not to play mind games.
Listen, Zach, we're gonna need to. At certain points in order to beat the
Well,
Mets.
look where that got you.
It got me to... It got on the second base. That's not happening again. Especially if Kenny locks in. The best bat machine, Kenny Kawaguchi.
Strike.
See, look at that.
Standby.
Not too bad.
That was a show me heater for the breaker coming next. I bet you a soda.
0-2. I'm gonna
Soda.
strike 'em all out.
I don't have any breaker balls right now,
And deliver.
Vinny. I'm sorry.
And that's strike 3.
Yeah, let's go.
Down. That's good.
Stunt on these guys, Kenny.
Zena Frome steps up to bat.
Stunt on these hoes.
Oh.
Alright, there we go.
The pitch.
Nice.
Ooh.
Solid
In the
left
zone.
Don't try this at home.
Boot him off of the plate.
Count is 0-1.
Because the more we can keep them on the back foot, the better it is for us.
Belted it.
Shit.
Backing up.
Oh,
Pablo!
Ah!
He's got it now. Slings it to third.
Dude, your arm's
Oh,
bad.
Pablo does not have a strong arm, does
hey.
he?
Third. Quick
No!
second.
No, look, he plays like the Expos right now.
Playing like the Expos, brother. Goddamn Expos.
Joan May comes to the plate.
They rubbed off on you.
I'm getting exposed right now, dude.
Oh.
Exposed like the expos, like you said.
Swing.
Fuck you, man.
Don't see that very
It's
often.
crazy.
What? Dude, I didn't know it could fly! I didn't know the crazy bug could fly! What are you
That's
talking
pretty
about?
That's pretty crazy.
Dude, that was insane. That was like clinically insane ball.
Girl can walk the walk, but can she hit the ball?
That right there was the clinically insane ball.
Into the motion, pitch on the way. Swung on.
Oof.
Strike one. That was a slow one. And the
Kenny's,
count
but no, Kenny's got to play the long game here at
into the motion,
here at
and
the mound.
offering, high and outside. And
We got to save the juice. Be smart about what pitches we throw out at what times.
from the windup,
Mm.
the 1-1 pitch. Swing.
Otherwise, that
Pop.
happens. Come on, Pablo.
Pablo, no!
Throw it to shortstop.
And grabs it. Wings it.
Jacinda, please.
Mike
Okay.
Piazza comes to bat.
Oh no, not Mike Piazza.
Not Mike Pizza.
Pays off.
And
This is Nelson's player because he is on the Mets.
You know what? Nelson. Fuck Mike Piazza.
And the
He's getting off the plate.
Oh,
He's getting off the plate right now.
count is 0-1.
And that's on Dix.
Here's the
Here we
pitch.
go.
The wing.
yeah.
The outfield, backing up.
Going one.
And
What?
Yeah.
Let
Oh,
go!
second.
throw to second.
No!
No, no.
Amir, what are you doing?
That's
What are we doing?
head over her head. Scores another run. Goes
Just like that, Thread.
next batter, Tony Del
They know how to tag.
But we all know that's impossible while the gooch is here.
Oh, that was
Wow. I told you, man. This is gonna be a ball game.
Ready now.
This will be a fight.
The swing. And
It's gonna be a fucking fight, dude. A fight!
better
Once again, he's causing you issues.
and it ain't coming back.
You know what? Tony Del Vecchio can go fuck himself, dude. Along with Mike Pizza. I don't like
Yeah.
either of them. Go home and play Mario Galaxy, you fucking chode.
Lance Lambert comes to the plate.
Actually, Mario Galaxy is a good game. I don't know why I'm singling it out.
Yeah, we're talking about shit about Mario Galaxy.
I don't know. It's right there, you know?
Straight,
It's right there.
straight to first.
Okay.
Out. We've shut the
Okay, we're back at bat. We need to lock in.
gonna end the inning.
There's still a long game ahead of us. We can make this work.
I wouldn't want to meet this.
Come on,
guy in a
Kenny.
dark alley. I wouldn't want to meet him in a light alley either. Alleys are scary.
Okay, pitcher, give me one right over
Dude,
center.
the crazy butt flying like that was crazy.
Yeah,
Dude, the crazy butt was crazy for once. I gotta give it to
Yeah.
it. You
yeah,
know?
it's pretty crazy.
I have to give it to it. It was pretty nuts.
Nobody out.
It was just as advertised.
Into the windup. He throws it.
That's a ball.
Strike two.
What?
Time you get that second strike on ya, it gets pretty tough.
The ump is paid off, chat.
0-2.
He wants him to win.
The ump is blind.
The windup. Here's the pitch. Low ball.
Should I
Hey!
call that?
Hey! Dude, do you see who's at bat right now? Fuck off.
He's already in the wheelchair. Don't hit him.
Yeah.
Ball two.
Well, that one was just a bit wide.
And the count is 2-2.
Mm,
From the windup, the 2-2 pitch. That
Hey, he shot him again.
count is
Dude.
3-2.
You like fuck off? Come on.
From the windup, throws it. Swing.
Kenny, go!
Up
Go!
the ball.
Right. No one's covering. No one's covering. No.
Go,
Wheel.
Kenny!
Wheel.
Roll, Kenny!
And that's a double.
Nice one. That kid's pretty fast.
We're doing good. We've gathered our power since last time we faced these guys. It's different. In the words of Dr. Weird, this time shall be different.
Different, yeah.
He comes center, throws it. The wing.
Just as a reminder, they've been uploading Akati Hunger Force episodes on the YouTube channel.
They have, yes. It's gonna take them forever because there's over 140 episodes. But they're doing it right now.
Ball one.
They have uploaded all the Dr. Weird segments.
Do you think they can upload the colon film for movie theaters? Because much like the Ed movie, I've not seen it legally distributed in years.
Sounded like she broke the bat on that one.
Yeah!
Kenny,
well,
Go, Kenny.
yeah! I
Take
scored.
that shit. Take that shit. Exactly. We're not some chumps now, dude. We're here to win. We're here to secure our place at the top of our division.
Yeah, now that's what I'm talking about.
That's great action.
Steps in. They have a runner on second. No out.
Alright, Pete. You know what to do.
What am I supposed to do again?
Fuck, he doesn't know what to do.
No, what did he do? Oh, shit.
Fuck, he doesn't know what to do.
Hit the ball, Pete.
Just hit the fucking ball. You know what? In fact, don't even hit it. Bunt it.
Throws it.
Don't even. Just bunt it. Go, bro. Run.
Oh, right, the pitcher, but it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. Pete's just too fast, dude. He said he can run real good. Well, you better put on your running shoes, brother, because today's the day to show me.
Little brother still has training wheels on his air guitar.
Runners on first and second.
Something about an air guitar. I heard that.
This one's out of here.
Okay, cool. Belt this, Amir.
Ready now. Here's the pitch. The swing.
Close enough.
Chopper
Hopefully.
to third.
Gotta watch
Yeah.
your caps on
Oh, she's so slow.
Java,
She's
go.
slow.
Java, go. Okay. Cool, we're playing it safe.
Yeah.
We're playing it safe. Maybe I didn't need to play it safe.
Fuck.
God damn it. Mets, give me a challenge here, dude.
Bases loaded.
Hit a grand slam.
Kiss this one goodbye.
Feel the fucking roar of Juan Gonzalez.
Throws it.
Right after we get better than a ball.
And the count is 1.
Yeah.
I mean, if they walked me, I'd be fine with that. But
Ready now.
Juan's having a good day.
Throws it.
Let's capitalize.
That was ball 2.
Hey, they can also run in a, walk in a run.
The windup and the pitch. The swing. Strike 1.
Okay.
And the count is 2-1.
Well, give me something better, man.
Ready now. And the throw. Swung on.
That
Bad.
was better.
That was bad.
It's a slow roll.
Not good.
But I gotta score. No!
Nope.
Oh, it's so slow.
Absolutely the fuck not, dude. JavaScript's too slow.
Yeah.
Keisha Phillips. Turn and
Keisha, though.
Keisha. Keisha.
Keisha.
Go get him.
Get another home run.
He winds. Fires. Swung on.
That's not a home run, but it
That's
could be
not a
something.
home run. Do it, they trip. Oh no!
Makes it to second.
No, are you, dude? We have loaded bases. Someone just throw it out.
Sanchez steps in.
Oh,
Pablo, please.
Hit like a weapon.
Cold day, Pablo. Let's see.
Steps up to bat.
Let's see if he can do it.
How cold is he, though?
Is it good cold or bad cold?
Cuts to the plate.
Let's see.
Low ball 1.
Too soon to tell.
3 on. 2 out.
Yeah, not that kind of pitch.
Too soon to tell.
He winds. And the offering. Swing. Strike.
You know, you can throw your back out swinging like that.
And the count is 1-1.
Come on.
The windup. He throws it. Swung on. And
Oh,
Bad cold. Bad
Pablo.
cold.
Pablo.
Bad cold. Oh, hey. Hey, hold on.
lands.
Wait, everyone's go. It's tied, though.
Bases are still loaded. I'm not gonna take that.
I like candy. Everybody likes candy. That's why Halloween is such a popular holiday.
And misses.
Dude, I literally said I wasn't gonna take it, and then I took it.
Yep.
Listen, we're tied up. It's fine. 5 to
Pablo's
5.
having a bad cold day.
With one
Bad
shot
cold
to
day
go.
is it? Yeah.
3 on. 2 out.
This one's out of here.
Stepping up to the pitcher's mound.
Do it.
Tony!
Tony!
Left-handed hitter.
Tony DeVito?
He also likes dandelions.
Oh, your mortal enemy so far.
Here's the windup. Here's the pitch. The swing. Pop fly.
Not great, but
Left
listen,
side of
if
that
they
one
don't
is
catch
so
it.
high.
Yeah!
They don't catch it. They don't catch it. Run!
Likes that. Yeah, give me some.
Let's go!
Scratched out another run. Plays it off the wall.
Holy shit! Pablo, go! Go!
Yeah,
Yo!
baby!
Loving that.
8-5 in favor of the Hornets.
Jacinda Smith comes to bat. They have a runner on second. 2 outs.
It's time for a home run.
Just so that you're never gonna hit one.
Jacinda, listen, if you can do it,
He throws
cool. But I don't think you can, if I'm being perfectly honest with you. I enjoy the attitude, but you gotta show me you can do it.
From the windup, here's the pitch. Swinging. Hit hard.
That's not a home run, Jacinda.
And you're so slow.
And the runner is safe.
But she made it. She made it. We're 8-5. If we can continue this lead, that's good. We're not gonna continue this lead. I'm sorry, but we're not gonna continue to lead.
Runners on first and second. 2 outs.
But if we can complete the batter rotation here, then that would be
From
nice.
the windup, the delivery. Strike 1. And the count is 0-1.
I like
That's
the way
being
that
hit off.
Tony stands after he throws a pitch.
Yeah.
It's like hands to hips.
Plate.
Look at
Ugh.
A swing. Strike.
Just like,
that.
0-2.
He's got that lollipop in real good, dude.
He's ready now. Pitch on the way.
Because you know, like, he's like
Ball one.
imagining the lollipop is like a toothpick.
With that one.
1-2.
Uh-huh.
Because he's that kind of guy.
Here's
He's
the
a greaser.
windup and
The
delivery.
Del Vecchio crime family won't beat us today. Maybe they'll beat us today. Fuck.
What a jinx.
God damn it.
2 left on.
Yeah, it's
can
a
do
game of
this.
inches indeed.
Mm-hmm. Also, Ashley, hi. Sorry, I didn't say hi to you earlier. Welcome on in.
To the plate.
Oh, hi, Ashley.
Meet this kid in a
Steph! Ashley!
Meet him in a light alley either.
That's like Roddy Strong.
Yeah.
Here's the windup.
Steph!
Ashley!
Strike 1.
It's Steph!
That kid's thinking out there on the mound. Great idea to throw the
Oh, we finally saw Roddy again.
0-1.
We did, didn't we? And he's absolutely turning heel at Revolution.
He comes center.
Yeah, probably.
He's probably gonna turn heel at
A
Revolution.
bouncing ball. And he dives. Up with it.
Ooh, what a dive! Oh, he's gonna try to run there himself.
Nice,
Wow.
Ahmed. Good job.
Steps up to bat.
Good job, Ahmed.
From the windup, here's the pitch.
Nice.
Oh,
1 out.
I know just before Logan that I was saying about Dynamite.
That
Yeah, I did not like that last segment.
A lot of people didn't
Holy
really
fuck.
enjoy it.
is 0-2.
It was kind of
Yeah.
confusing that it wasn't in front of, like, you know, the actual crowd.
Windup and the pitch.
Yeah, like I was thinking about after it was over. I was just like, if you want to eliminate these kind of problems, why not just do your typical contract signing shits?
I mean, I guess they wanted
Get
to
your-
try something new,
Yeah,
You know?
yeah.
but, like, it didn't really work. So,
Nah, like I was almost like falling asleep at certain points. With that.
they tried to do something else, but, you know, it didn't really work out too well.
Likes it. Runner on
Yeah.
first. 1 out.
But I'm very excited for tomorrow's card. It
From the
looks very,
windup,
very
look
good.
it.
Of a main pay-per-view with 3 women's matches on it. Holy shit! And one of them's not for a championship. That's crazy.
And another batter.
Say it ain't so.
Because we got Tony and Marina there, along with the women's tag titles and the women's world title. So
Unfortunately, well, Nightingale TBS titles on the pre-show.
she's 100% losing one of her titles tomorrow night. I feel like
Yeah. Yeah.
probably should have saved that juice.
Pitch on the way.
It's crazy, Logan. I believe we're gonna have like 13 fucking matches on it.
Well, including the pre-show.
From the wind-up.
Which, listen, man, if I'm paying $40 for a show,
Strike two.
I'm fine with that.
Batter's gotta have a great eye to see.
Time is tough these days.
I'm gonna get you,
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, okay, 10.
10 matches on the main card, yes.
All over it.
Yeah.
Over to second. Out.
We are holding it down out here, dude.
That'll close up the second. One left on.
Fuck.
The Hornets are pummeling them. Up by 3.
Java Crit, this is up first.
Steps in. Nobody out. This one's going yard.
Is probably not.
Stretch. The pitch.
Yeah, okay, yeah, I remember this. I was like, so I was like, wait, was Worlds End also 10 matches? Oh no, that was 9 matches.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
From the windup and the throw. The wing.
Listen, man, in a world where, like, the main wrestling promotion in the world is putting on 5 matches with an hour of ads, I'll fucking take it.
Which is great,
You know?
as long as he's headed the right way.
I mean, there's such thing as balance. You don't want things to be too short, but you also don't want things to be too fucking long as well.
Listen, man, if it is too long, I will take a break. So,
A bouncing ball.
That little blooper sent him running.
I want my money's worth in this time frame.
Amir Khan walks up to the plate.
And yes, I will say that there is such a thing as too long.
His big brother.
See, I was about to say, see, like the WrestleMania periods for like a few years, for like 5+ hours.
We were also in a period where, like, the product was pretty stagnant, and we had goddamn, oh shit.
Single. Tripped and fell.
No, Pete!
Quite a predicament.
Like, Tony just about domed that guy.
Yeah.
Fuck it.
Yeah!
We're taking it.
Runners take
We're taking that shit.
and he comes in to score.
That's the kind of hustling I like to see.
Juan Gonzalez is the batter.
Juan Gonzalez likes to hit the
Now, in terms of pacing of the show, I feel like that AEW shows could probably use a bit more of a breather in between matches.
Second, 1 out.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know, maybe like a backstage segment or something
Mm-hmm.
in between a couple of the matches, because a lot of the shows are just kind of match, which, you know, I mean, that has value.
Oh, my back.
Oh, and
Yeah. On my back!
Dude, that's me after work this week.
the motion.
You-
Oh, you bitch!
You son of a bitch.
He's got one more shot.
0 and 2.
You fucking son of a bitch.
From the windup, he throws it.
That's a ball.
That was a ball.
Yep.
Yeah, it's just like not all the time, but like sometimes with these pay-per-views. But by the time you get to
I should have
my
known.
God.
I should have known. That was literally the strike area of the freaking freeze ball.
You son of a bitch, Tony.
Infinite Killer, thank you for the prime. That's very nice
Thank
of you,
you.
man.
Thank you.
Your prime will not go to waste.
The pitch.
But I'm just saying, like sometimes, like not all the time, but sometimes, by the time like I get to like the last match on the pay-per-view, I'm like pretty exhausted by all the shit that's happened.
To be honest, that's kind of why I enjoy last year's Double or Nothing so much. Because in terms of pacing out a pay-per-view, it was perfect, I feel like.
Yeah.
And it's
Because, like, there was a clear delineation between, you know, like, matches that were big
They got another one.
and matches that were kind of meant to cool the crowd a bit. Which, like, I realized that calling a match a piss break match is derogatory,
We all know he's
but, you know, on a show with so much shit on it,
On second,
like, someone's gotta do it, you know?
Yeah.
Like, not every match can steal the show. You gotta have something there to calm them down. And I feel like that Trios match with the Paragon and the family. Fuck, dude! I should have known!
0 and 1.
I can remember.
Ay caramba, indeed.
Takes the stretch. Throws it. The swing.
I'm onto you, bitch! I'm onto you! Yes!
Yeah.
Stay right there, Pablo. Stay right there. I don't even care. Just stay right there. There you go.
He's got
Good job, Pablo.
Yeah. I said, look, it's all about good pacing. Like an example of like bad pacing. I forget what World's End it was, but it was the World's End where they literally did like least to best shit.
Well, it also didn't help that, like, you know, the product was in a bit of a low at that point.
Yeah.
Like, for as much as I enjoy, you know, face MJF, at that point, like, you know, it was a little bit snake bitten. Because, you know, like, Adam Cole broke his ankle. The devil stuff wasn't really, like, hitting with a lot of people.
The goose likes that. Yeah, give me some more of that.
And it just kind of suffered from, like, matches that didn't have a lot of build with it. Like, you had, like, Julia Hart and Abaddon, which, you know, I love Abaddon, but that was not a great match.
It's actually by that point how Abaddon was like rarely like used on TV.
Like, she wasn't in a meaningful program. Like, at that point, she wasn't in a meaningful program since her women's title feud with Hikaru Shida in the pandemic.
Yeah.
You know?
Mm-hmm.
Dude, that was a special pitch. Why didn't you give me a power-up? Is it because I used a power-up on it and it canceled out? Oh yeah, that's right, Tony got benched. Oops. Did I do that? I did do that. In fact.
Get outside.
Alright. Marcellus. That's bad. That's gonna get caught. Never mind. It will not. In fact, it's just gonna phase right through them. No, I shouldn't try anything like that. But I did it anyways. Why? I think the answer is because I'm stupid.
I don't know. Oh okay. My god! Oh, okay, look, I completely forgot about this. That was also the same pay-per-view where they had to do a last-minute match between Swerve Strickland and Dustin Rhodes because of the Keith Lee injury.
But oddly, that's kind of where like Swerve started coming into his own. So
yeah, I just remember
that was kind of like the genesis of, or like that was kind of like further kind of, you know, seeing him come into his own. Even though at that point, you know, we were already like 2 matches with Hangman in.
Yeah,
was it 2 or was it 3? 1 of the 2.
I also our complaint with that match is that it shouldn't have been much of a match with like the ambush sort of on Dustin.
I mean, that's like AEW for you, so they'll fucking like have ambush angles and then they'll go on to work 8 minutes.
yeah.
I'm not saying that's good or bad, that's just what happens, you know?
Yeah. Well, it wasn't really a great 8 minutes.
No, not really. It was certified okay.
Yeah. And we have not seen Keith Lee since.
Well, I mean, that's not just from a lack of, like, booking. He literally has, like, health problems. So.
Yeah.
Like, you want to talk about wrestlers that are snake-bitten. Keith Lee's got to be actually the most snake-bitten. I take back what I said about Wardlow. Keith Lee probably has that honor. Or that dishonor, really.
You know, other big man is injured right now? Bobby Lashley.
Yeah, but he's doing, like, other stuff, it looks like.
It's almost time for a 2.5 minute Cheetos break, my dudes.
Where the fuck's the hurt said? Oh.
Well timed.
What?
Well timed, because now we need to run the ad.
Damn, my bad.
It's break time.
Oops.
Where the heck's the Cheetos, my dudes?
We'll roll on after this.
But look, I was I remember I kept complaining to you, where the fuck's the
Bubsy the
hurt
Bobcat.
champion?
Bubsy's nap is interrupted one day when he discovers that strange aliens called the Woolies are stealing the Earth's yarn balls. Bubsy doesn't want to
He's
see
been
his
out
favorite
since
play
December.
toy become
It's like, oh,
extinct,
shit.
so he embarks on a mission to collect as many yarn balls as possible
Sheldon still
and to stop the two
healthy?
clean Woolies.
Yeah, he's so healthy, they just haven't been using him.
I wonder what
The
he's doing
graphics
right
are great, as you can see here,
Yeah.
making the journey to Stage 16 a sublime and enjoyable play
I
experience.
understand why
Oh,
Bobby
are you
is
still playing
cheating,
this
but I'm
thing?
just like, why is he
With the
killing
code
him? That's
STCJDH, Bubsy can skip into stage 16 and encounter the Queen Woolies, Polly and
I
Esther.
completely didn't even
Simply
notice
bop
that
their
Henry
heads
was sleeping
while taking
under me
care
right
not
now.
to be hit by their energy shield. Remember,
He's
the
laying
code
next to my
is
feet at the moment.
STCJDH.
He's very adorable.
Good players will not even need this code, but this way you can see the ending of the game quickly. Bubsy will return for more hair
Very
and fur-raising
potato-shaped
adventure in a
cat.
second game,
Down
Bubsy 2. So there you have it. Bubsy has won, and he's thrilled with his success.
He's
We as
thrilled
Flights of
with his
Fantasy are thrilled with
success.
him too. Even though Bubsy is easy, the game is still excellent.
I doubt that. Although apparently Bubsy 4D looks good. I mean, I've seen it.
Yeah,
Dude,
yeah.
if they make the first good Bubsy game, I will buy it. Honestly. So,
It took many attempts, but we might finally have a good
over
Bubsy
30
game.
fucking years, but they finally got one. You know?
Yeah.
And all it took was people that actually grew up on the games and kind of appreciate them in a weird way. So,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, fuck it. If it's good, it's good. I'll try it.
I'm sure that makes George Wood very happy.
He's fucking over there being like, Bubsy's finally excellent.
Yeah.
He's finally, once again, excellent. Because he thinks that Bubsy 1 was good.
Yep.
And ever since then, it's not been good. It peaked. It peaked with the first one. It's like Pearl Jam. They peak with 10, and then everything else after that, they just get more and more underground. So, alright, cool. We're
Om
actually
nom
like
nom.
leading
Oh, excuse
comfortably
me, we're
right
back,
now.
my
I
dudes.
was expecting more of a fight.
They're high five.
Yeah, come on, Mets. I thought it was all about you.
Yeah, I thought it was about the Mets, baby, and fucking, like, parentheses.
First grader 'cause he stayed back 4 times already.
He's been held back 4 times.
What am I supposed to do again?
Past the first grade, and also belt this out the park. Please.
Dude, we're gonna get like a grown-up version of backyard baseball, and Pete's still gonna be in like the first grade.
It's gonna be, like, all grown up.
Yeah.
This one's out of here!
I would... You know what? That shit's based. I'll take it.
The target goes up, fires. Swing.
That's out.
Fly.
That's out of here, man.
Yeah.
Amir Khan! Showing the fuck up!
Plane ticket to catch this one. Rock and roll!
Man, one of these characters gonna show up in MLB The Show.
I know, right? What a hit from Amir Khan. That was nuts. That was nuts. Yeah.
The Mets are metting right now.
Dude, the Mets are fucking they're melting. They're melting down, dude. They're molding. Seething. Look at my pizza right there. At home base.
Juan Gonzalez is the bat. 1 out.
I'm sending that ball on a one-way trip to Cooperstown.
Do it, brother.
Do it.
I know you can do it.
Ready now, fire. Bat
Yeah.
That might just go to Cooperstown, brother. Send it. Oh, you suck.
Wow, he's being fast right now.
Whoa! Inside the park home run!
Give up another run.
Yeah, now that's what I'm talking
He's normally not that fast, but that time he is belting it.
Dude,
Really
dude, he was hauling.
just hear it.
He was hauling ass.
Sweat. 1 out.
Baseball been very, very good to me.
I bet so, Keisha. I mean, look at your batting average.
The windup. Pitch on the way.
With a little help from Satan,
And popped up.
you have a phenomenal arm. Oh, you
Oh, you
stink.
dropped it. Dropped it.
You guys suck today. I was expecting more from you, Mets. Come on.
Pablo Sanchez.
Where's that fight?
I like this kid's batting.
Where's the fight? I thought it was all about you.
Runner on first. 1 out.
Adios, baseball.
Chad, I thought it was all about the Mets right now.
From the stretch, he throws.
But I don't think it is.
Ground ball up the first.
It's all about the Hornets.
That little blue
The New York Mids, more like.
Runners on second.
Ayo.
The New York Mids! As
Mid.
demonstrated there.
On and plate. Runners on first and third. 1 out.
This one's out of here.
I feel like we've gone through a full rotation in this inning. Have we? Or no?
Wide
Probably.
pitch on the way.
Actually, no. No, we haven't.
A long fly.
God damn.
Oh.
Ahmed Khan is incredible at this.
Pablo, run.
Wall. And they've scratched out another run.
That's the way to get things done.
Dude, I think he can do it. He can do it.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Baby.
Runner scores.
That's the way to get things
17-5 in favor of the Hornets.
Let's fucking go.
Wow.
time for a home run.
Now pitching, Joan May.
She's looking to show these batters.
Jacinda Ahmed couldn't get a home run. He's like the best arm on this team. But you can try.
Fires. A swing.
I'm sure you believe that you can.
Grounder.
And today is not that day.
He's out.
Today is not that day.
Oh, hey! Hey!
They dropped it. They dropped it.
Hey. Okay, cool. Cool. We got it.
Hey.
But no, like, literally, like, you were talking about Tubi earlier, and I was just like, I'm looking at it, I'm seeing what's on there. They have the first 2 Madagascar movies on there now. They've got a lot, like, of the old Cartoon Network stuff. They've got MLP on there. I was looking at this, and I'm like, dude, all other streaming services should shut down, because this is it. I'm done. The fucking streaming wars have been decided, and the winner is Tubi, in my head.
When you get that second strike on ya, it gets pretty tough to fight back.
Runner on first, 2 outs.
There's any time that I want
Here's the windup. The 1-2 pitch.
to feel like I'm a teenager again, I'll turn on FIM,
He gets
and it's
a
just
run.
all gonna be
Ran
there.
out of gas.
Can't win 'em all.
I think it's been on there for a little bit. Along with a Spanish version of Sonic Set AM with English subtitles.
Competition is feeling the Hornets sting out there.
But for some reason, there's not one that's English with Spanish subs. Hold on.
Next batter, Tony Vecchio.
Slick as usual, good
In
hit.
fact, I don't think there's an English version of Sonic Set AM on Tubi.
He's set. Fires.
Or at least one with subs.
Hit hard. Got it.
Ah! That landed right where it needed to.
Steps up to bat.
Hi, Discord decided to shut itself. I had to restart it.
I kind of gathered that.
Into the windup. And the off.
Alright, what are you trying to tell me?
Fouled one back.
I was saying that the streaming wars are done because Tubi won them.
Yeah, oh, because of the Cartoon Network shit they have.
And the ponies.
Ball 1.
Yeah, and the ponies.
And the first 2 Madagascar movies. I don't know if the third one's on there, but I know that the first 2 are.
The windup.
So.
The 1-1 pitch.
What? Let me check.
And the count is 1-2.
And the art on Tubi for the first Madagascar is absolutely freakish.
The
Because
windup and the
it uses, like, a pose for fucking Alex the Lion.
Gets under.
Yep.
And where they just take where they take one of his arms, and they just duplicate it on both sides. So, it's like it looks like that he's punching the screen with both of his front paws.
Stevie Lynch steps up.
Bro.
Batter means business.
When, like, I recognize that pose. He's supposed to have one arm back, and the other one is his hand pointing at the screen. But they've edited it to where he has both of his arms extended, and they're in a fist motion. So really, it looks like that he's about to fucking punch the screen with both of his hands. And it's
fucking
really
punch
weird.
you.
Yeah, I was about to
I'm
say,
gonna-
I didn't realize Alex was so violent.
I mean, have you seen the first movie? He gets,
Yeah, he fucking tries to eat everyone, I know that.
Fires
Yeah.
to
I know that to be true. I know that to be true.
As also demonstrated in the Madagascar video game.
God, yeah, absolutely. Because literally the final stage of it is that you have to fight the Fusa with your goddamn, with your claws, which you only get in the final level. Unfortunately. I want to go back to previous levels and, like, club, like, the birds that try and fight me as Alex.
Hell yeah. Mandaline? Oh shit, they have Mandaline? I own a PC game of that show.
Mandalion? What is that?
It's a preschool show.
Oh,
from
okay.
1989.
Oh, okay. That makes sense. That makes sense why I wouldn't have heard of it.
Yeah, hold on. Let me tell you what it's actually about.
Ready now. The 2-1 pitch. High ball 3.
Oh yeah, it takes place in France as well.
You know, it sounds familiar now that you've kind of described it like that.
She wears like all yellow with yellow hat, has like orange hair. Fresh orange hair.
It does sound kind of familiar, but it escapes me at the moment.
Well, I will show you the image that Tubi used.
Okay.
For the show.
What am I supposed to do again?
Run.
You're supposed to run, brother.
And the throw. Foul ball.
I'm not gonna bunt it because JavaScript is very, very slow. I do not want to trust her with that.
Here's the windup, the pitch.
Yeah.
Swung on.
Even though at this point it probably wouldn't make much of a difference.
They didn't hurt themselves.
But whatever. I want to stomp the Mets. I want to have them kicking and screaming here.
1 and 2.
Show them they are nothing compared to the Hornets.
Into the windup and the throw. Swinging.
What?
Ooh, jeez.
Your contact is no good, Pete. I'm sorry.
That's all you can do.
Now what?
Sit one out, Pete. It's fine.
Come on, walks up to the plate.
This one's out of here.
Takes the stretch, throws it.
But the reason I was even bringing it up in the first place is because I own they're like CD educational games based on that show, and I owned a few of them. I was like, oh shit.
Java, you're so slow. Sorry.
Why are you so slow?
She's like a fucking snail out there, dude. Juan, send her home, please.
No, the reason I brought that up is because like I own like PC games that are like point and click that was based on that series. I remember having very lots of fun memories with those.
I miss old PC games like that, honestly.
Yeah.
I had quite a few like SpongeBob ones of that, like Employee of the Month, so on and so forth.
Yeah.
I remember that the Battle for Bikini Bottom PC port, it's not really a port, it's a whole new game. It was literally just something like that. It was like a mini game collection with like a bunch of like different mini games taking place at different parts of Bikini Bottom.
Same thing with the movie game. We had the PC version of that. Bro, she could probably could have gone home.
I'm going home, dude.
Brother.
This is the team that beat us last time? I refuse to believe that.
Man, all Bears scene.
Holy shit, dude.
But no, it's like one of those educational like CD games as well. Point clicks. I also have the Teletubbies PC game as well.
Teletubbies PC game. That's awesome.
Yeah.
I love that.
Yeah. That's also like yeah.
How many of these PC games did you have?
Swing and a miss.
Quite a lot.
Quite a bit. Yeah, like Backyard Baseball 97. Pajama Sam.
And that's strike 3.
That's awesome.
Pajama Sam. Spy Fox. Putt Putt. Brave Fish. I own those like Humongous Entertainment PC games.
I had no clue until, I had no clue until you told me that this game was made by Humongous initially.
But once I told you, you recognize the art style immediately.
This is very, yeah, the art in this game is very Humongous coded, so.
Mm-hmm. The only thing that isn't is the 3D models.
But to me, like, they've always been, like, point and click style publishers, you know?
Mm-hmm.
They never, like, made, like, sports games. So.
He's been
the catcher? Oh, shit.
out of his lead from time to time, so we just may see a monkey ball or a scrambler today.
A monkey ball? I mean, that's a ball. It's not a monkey ball, but it's a crazy ball.
Dude, look at that shit and grin he has on his face.
I know, right? He never stopped showing his teeth. And honestly, if I'm being honest, it's making me uncomfortable. Can you get this guy off the mound, please? Can you, like, replace him?
He wants you to look at his shiny teeth.
Shiny teeth and him. Chip Skylark looking ass.
Yeah.
Dude looks like Siren Skylark right now.
You gotta walk.
That's working for us.
Well, you see his teeth on the mound.
He's,
over here.
Dude, he just used them on me. I was mesmerized.
Yeah.
I was mesmerized by those teeth.
I'm gonna smack this one.
Oh,
Come on.
He's set. And the pitch. Swing. Line drive.
That's not gonna be out, but it's going to be fucking hard to get.
And he comes in to score. Safe at third. They got another one.
Dude!
That's great.
21 to 5.
This is not the same team we fought. Something happened, chat. Something happened to the Mets.
The Mets are having their annual midseason collapse.
Every fucking year with this shit, dude.
Yep.
Dude, we're not even in the mid-season. We're still in like the first third of it.
And they're already collapsing.
They're already fucking choking it.
Here's the windup. He throws it.
They figured they would get ahead on it this year.
Towards the outfield.
Oh, but no, Tubi only has the first 2 Madagascar movies.
Okay.
Sedge.
Up by 16.
Watch
So-
out for the Hornets.
So according to Tubi, they just live in Africa after that.
Marcellus.
Yeah.
They never go to Europe. They never do any of that shit. There's no circus.
Ready now.
Oh my god, Tubi has Click, an FX staple.
Adam Sandler's Click?
Yeah.
Dude, that's awesome. I want to watch Adam Sandler's Click on Tubi.
Hit hard. No, he didn't make it. Chucks it over to second.
Watch fucking
Yeah,
watch fucking Ed and Click every weekday.
Over to second. Safe.
Logan, you know what they they also have? They have Jimmy Neutron on there.
Do they have Jimmy Neutron?
Just dropped the ball.
Yeah, they have Jimmy Neutron. Look at it right now. They have the movie and like TV show.
Can't hang
So wait,
on
they
to
had the
it.
movie and the show.
Yes.
Holy shit, it's so based. What?
Yep. Yep.
Wow.
They have a runner on second. But from the windup.
Where, dude, where's this Tubi been all my life?
Tattoos that one.
What? Pablo, the ball's not gonna hit you, man. It's not gonna hurt you.
Throw to second. And he flubbed
I
it.
Yeah.
thought you loved the baseball so much.
Can't hang on to that ball.
Tosses it
He
over.
doesn't love the baseball, otherwise he would not be saying goodbye to it every time he comes up to the plate.
Steps up.
This kid's looking to make a name for themselves.
Adios, baseball. Where's that child support?
Takes the stretch. And the
Adios, baseball.
That was ball one. Runner on first.
Now give me child support, please. Whatever.
Into the
Eat.
windup. Here's the pitch. Strike.
I'm not gonna try to manufacture anything here. If the Mets suck, the Mets are just gonna have to fucking deal with it.
I bet you a soda.
because this is about the top of the division.
Throws it.
I'm not just gonna throw it away just for the sake of artificial tension.
Yo, Logan, they had the Super Mario Brothers 3 cartoon.
Throw to first.
Do they have the Super Show?
Let me check. Let me check.
Up to bat.
Do they have
The
like
Super-
all of? Do they have all 3 of the Mario shows? Because there's the Super Show, there's Mario Brothers 3, and then there's Mario World, which is like,
Yes, they have all 3.
dude, that's awesome. I mean, like they're all basically the same show, but
She's out.
Yeah.
Throws it over to first.
probably could have gone the double play if I went to first base first.
Comes the bat.
Whatever.
This young batter eats left hooks for breakfast.
Oh, geez, they have the 1970s Pac-Man TV show.
From the
Oh,
1980s
goodness.
Pac-Man show. Yeah.
Dude, I've never even seen anything about that. That feels like completely like foreign. Wow.
Mm-hmm.
And the throw to
That was also a Boomerang that I watched quite a bit.
Oh no! It's in the street, dude.
to play. All runners advance.
Aw.
I swear I'm not trying to do anything here. This is just how it's going.
Not Tony Delvecchio.
Not Tony Delvecchio. Shit. Okay.
Also, Logan, I jumped the gun a bit because I was just assuming they had the Jimmy Neutron movie, but not the TV show.
Okay, no, it's not that
Sad.
based anymore.
That was ball one.
Yeah, it's
I'm
not
sorry
that
to
based
say.
anymore. I mean, the movie is so goated though.
Yeah, but like, come on.
Here's the motion.
Well,
And
let's get with the
Joffrey
program here.
swings.
Yeah.
Another strike. Good move. Slow ball.
To watch it, I need to have Paramount Plus. Yeah.
He's at Paramount Plus
The windup.
in order to watch it on Tubi.
That was ball.
No, Paramount Plus to watch Jimmy Neutron Boy Genius.
Oh, okay.
Here's the motion.
But, Logan, we have something even better on Tubi. You know what that is?
What is that?
The Donkey Kong Country cartoon.
Ah! Banana Slammer!
Wow.
Holy shit. Okay, never mind. It's actually based again.
Yeah, we're back.
We're so back, baby. We are so back. Holy shit.
The Hornets leading up by 15.
Up by 15.
Kenny is a
There's no way, dude.
and he can play all day without getting tired.
Here I go.
21-6 in favor of the
Wow.
Hornets.
Cut to the plate.
21.
Swung on.
20
A
fucking 1.
bouncing ball.
Gotta watch your kneecaps on those taters.
And it's an out. Lucky.
I thought that he was gonna get that, honestly.
One out.
Yeah.
This
Oh well.
one's going yard.
Alright, Java.
From the stretch and the delivery. That was ball
Your
one.
average has been getting up
Ooh.
recently, so how about you keep that going? Give me one out of the park.
From the windup, here's the pitch. Swing.
I fucking got you!
Bouncing ball.
That little
That's not out of the park.
I'm running.
Safe.
Well, just stay right there, man. Stay right there. Because all you need to do is get on base, and then you're good.
Oh, they had the original Teen Titans base.
They do have the original Teen Titans, yes.
Really strong kid
Yeah.
with a powerful swing.
Runner on first. One out.
Tom
I
and
th-
Jerry.
What am I supposed to do again?
I think at this point, Teen Titans Go, specifically, has, like, the title of second longest Cartoon Network series.
That was ball one.
The first one is still Aqua Teen.
Now
Yeah, that's more
Like, I
Adult
kind of
Swim.
retroactively got that after it came back for a 5-episode final season.
Finger painting instead
So-
of
Yeah.
words that end with ing.
And it had
ready. The
it had a really weirdly large animation budget. Like, I'm used to Aqua Teen looking low budget, so the moment it comes back and it's like, oh hey, like they're moving with like full facial features and stuff. This is wrong, you know?
I don't think not even the movie had that, did it?
No, not even the movie had that. It was pretty faithful to how the show usually is, which is very minimalist.
3-1 pitch.
You've seen the movie, right?
I've not seen Cole on film for movie theaters, no.
We probably need to fix that.
I would like to fix that. Yeah. I would like to fix that at some point. Because I've seen, like, all of Aqua Teen, but I've not seen the movie. Oh! That's good.
That'd be a ground
Pete.
Nice, Pete. Good fucking job, brother. That's on dicks, right there.
I'm your son, walks up.
But Logan, before Teen Titans Go, I believe like Cartoon Network's like longest show fight up was Ed and Eddie, I believe.
The stretch, pitch on the way.
Yeah, like the normal Cartoon Network lineup, that was Ed's. But in terms of like all-encompassing between Cartoon Network and Adult Swim, Aqua Teen was the longest one. So,
Now pitching.
because I don't even think Ed and Eddie lasted as long as Aqua Teen did in its initial run.
She excels at
Because
figure skating and spelling
in its
words.
initial run, Aqua Teen lasted until like 2015,
Eyeball one.
and it originally started airing in 2000, I believe. So that's like 15 years. And then you add on the bonus season, that's 23 years.
Okay, yeah, so Ed and Eddie, yeah, I remember. Ed and Eddie lasted for 10 years, like 99 to 2009.
Okay, well then, yeah. And Teen Titans Go is still going now. It has handily surpassed that.
Yeah. Dude, Teen Titans Go has been going since, like, what, 2013, I believe?
2013. It's now 2026. It lasted for half of this millennium.
Yeah.
Already. So. But you know, I guess fair fucking play to it. Kids really seem to like it. So. And, you know, eventually it kind of won over a lot of, like, the old audience after, you know, old heads hated it for a long time. But eventually it won over the old heads.
Let's go!
Nice.
It really did start with the movie it had, did it? Teen Titans Go to the movies.
I feel like I feel like that people started turning around on it before the movie, but especially with the movie, people seriously turned around on it. So.
Yep. I'll never forget the movie just for the one fucked up scene with Batman's parents. So, oh no.
Listen, whenever I think of Batman's parents, I think of the fucking Raphael meme. Alright? Specifically the one where it's like, this is where I watched my parents die, Raphael, and then it says,
yeah, that one, yeah.
Stop trauma dumping, or ready up. Like when the turtles were first added into Fortnite, I remember one of the memes was literally that panel. It was like, this is where I watched my parents die, Raphael. Raphael saying, ready up.
Ready up. Ready up.
It was so funny. It was the funniest shit of all time. I love that.
Pablo Sanchez.
Alright, Pablo. Seal the deal, man.
They have a runner on second.
Look at this batting average on Pablo Sanchez.
Look at it.
857. This man does not know how to get it out. This man has no clue how to strike out. I say that and then he's going to strike out, isn't he?
He's going to strike out, isn't he?
He's going to strike out, isn't he?
Takes their stretch, the pitch, the wing.
You give it your best shot, and that's
Man. Just had to say something.
He just had to, dude. Listen, man, I try to gas him up and then he chokes.
Left one on second.
Oh my lord, Logan.
But like, listen, look at this. 18.
Competition is feeling the Hornets sting out there.
Lance Lambert.
Oh my lord, Logan. You know what's one of the you know what's one of the most recent things to be added though? They added the Winnie the Pooh Blood and Honey movie.
You know, I kind of thought about it a little bit, like earlier this week, and it's funny that you bring that up because I remembered like back when
Goes for the diving catch.
Steamboat Willie Mickey Mouse went into the public domain, and almost immediately like a bunch of horror slop came out. You know,
I remember the first person one. I remember that one.
And I'm like thinking to myself, you know, These people aren't just making these out of thin air. They're not just waiting for the copyright to expire, and then they're like, alright, let's start making our stuff. No, they've probably been making this for, like, months, right? Like, they've been making this in the lead-up to, you know, the shit entering the public domain.
Just waiting for it.
Which, like, to that end, why is it always the horror stuff that gets put out first? You know? From,
I don't know. The only single really horror thing I heard remotely positive things about was the one that was in first-person mode.
Right?
Like
I don't know, because, like, it isn't even just games, because between games and movies and stuff, like, it's so ubiquitous, you know?
Mm-hmm.
It's like all this stuff comes out first, and I'm just like, you guys are, like, making this in the lead up to it entering the public domain. Why is no one, like, getting ahead and making stuff that's actually worthwhile? You know?
Yeah.
Like, why do we always need to just get horror slop, and then, like, in the next 2 years, we might get something worthwhile?
Yeah, guys, Logan, this is like the evolution of the creepypasta.
The evolution of creepypasta is something that I wish you didn't say. Holy fuck.
Why am I wrong, though?
That is easily the worst thing you ever said. Fuck, I may as well use my juice here.
I mean, I'm saying that because that's what people did all the time. Wow. I'm saying it because that's what people did all the fucking time with creepypastas. They, you know, the popular kid stuff and make them horror.
I bought a Sonic the Hedgehog cartridge and then he bled at me.
Yeah.
People really like Sonic.exe, so much so that one of the biggest things to come out of Sonic last year was a Roblox game about Sonic.exe.
Yeah, we're just like, wait, this is so popular? It is.
like one of the big things coming out of the community last year was basically just Dead by Daylight, but with Sonic characters. It was called Outcome Memories. And unfortunately, it's not being made anymore. But I remember that was big. It was huge. I remember a lot, like, of younger fans really liked it.
Man.
Granted, it's not my thing, but a lot of the younger fans liked it. We put away the Mets.
Give me my 40 channel points.
Really earned this victory.
Dude. Whoever voted for the Hornets, you were absolutely right. That was a squash. Is this just gonna be what it's like from now on? Like, are we just gonna be doing this from now on?
Are we gonna dog walk these?
Are we just gonna, like, dog walk the entire division now? Is that what's gonna happen? Because I feel like it should be a bit more than this. You know? I feel like we should be giving people a little more than this.
Where's the challenge? Oh, look, you become too good at the game.
Dude, I've become the challenge. I've become too good.
They can all go home proud of their performances today.
Live from Dirt Yards, this has been Sunny Day and Vinny the Gooch.
Oh my lord, Logan, one of the movies I was recently added to Tubi. Truly one of the GOATs, one of the greatest movies of all time. Morbius.
Morbius. Michael Morbius, brother. It can always be morbid time, no matter what now. God damn it, dude. Everyone in this league is looking at the Hornets and they're pissing themselves right now.
Sweating bullets.
Because I want to see...
Yo, Coneheads?
I want to see where everyone is right now. We are at the top of our division. It is 4-1 right now. The only ones that are higher than us right now are the Melonheads in the American League Central. They still have a clean record.
They can't be touched.
Can't be touched, brother. And next up is the Braves, I believe. Yep, we are at the Braves, this next one. Look at this, dude. Look at this.
Boy.
We've not had a game where we finished in single digits. It has always been double digits this whole time. Today alone, we've gotten 56 runs. That's more than the first 3 games combined. What has happened? What have I been feeding these kids?
Yeah, what kind of juice you been feeding
I've
them?
been putting them on the juice for fucking realsies. Wow.
Yeah. You might be under investigation soon or something.
For fucking real. Wow. Okay. Well, I think now's a good time to take a break, chat. So we're gonna take that break and we're gonna come back and we'll wrap up with one more game against the Braves, okay?
Woo!
Whew. All right. See you all in a bit. I nearly died during break, chat. Sorry. Hi.
Oh no, it's dead.
Welcome back. Dude, I was just getting a snack and I almost died doing it. Welcome back to tonight's Homeboy Club meeting.
What an embarrassing way to go.
I know, right? Okay, cool. We have one more game to play tonight, and dude, again, I was expecting more from the Mets. I thought that they were going to give me something, but this loss was a fluke. I don't know how you could say anything else after this last encounter, you know?
They showed their true colors.
This was a fluke. This loss was a fluke. We proved that shit handily last night.
Now you're playing the Braves.
And now we're going to go against the Braves, and we will stay at the top of this division because they will feel the Hornets sting.
And they're somehow worse than the Expos. So not much of a challenge.
Well, we'll see. We'll see if they bring anything here. Maybe they're the new league standard bearers. We'll see.
Yo, they have a whole ass pool back there. Oh shit.
They do. They got a whole pool in the back. I'm gonna go ahead and put Pete right there. Juan will go here. Jacinda, I think, is good at... Actually, no. I'm not really confident in her shortstop abilities. I'm putting her right there. In the outfield. Meanwhile, Pablo Sanchez will be at shortstop. I think that's a good place for him.
Yeah, he does not have a great arm, surprisingly.
No, he doesn't. So I'll keep him there at shortstop. Achman, I think, is fine where he is. So's Amir. Actually, the more I think about it, the more I kind of want Keisha over there in the outfield because she's faster.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think... Pablo's having another off day, but it's not because of his batting. It's because of his running and fielding. So, I'm putting him towards probably the top again. Right there. And Juan will be kind of clean up. So...
It's that time again. Time for some non-stop baseball fun. I'm Sunny Day, and joining...
Let's see if the Braves are gonna be walked just as much.
Bit of the action.
What she means is she's never gonna stop yapping.
It's my job, Vinny.
Now it's my turn. Going head to head.
I mean, it is.
We have the word. Wow, yapping was a terminology back then.
I know, right? I mean, like, yes, it was. It's been a thing ever since I've been alive, really. So.
Baseball out there, and they have a lot to be proud of. Not to mention, it's looking good for the playoffs.
All right.
It's looking so good for the playoffs. For us. For everyone else, they're cleaning themselves up over the thought of having to play against us. So.
Ooh, alright, here we go. Brave, show us what you got.
Yeah, hopefully everyone in chat. I know that we kind of had, lurkers tonight, but I hope all of you are having a good night, and enjoy your channel points, if you fucking betted any.
Alright.
Zach seems to have an endless supply of them.
Today is
Yeah, I do. You want to know how many I have?
How many?
Begin with D and who
Over 26,000.
That's fucking gold member stuff. I love that.
Yeah.
If I had a gold membership, that's what I would give. Okay.
What am I supposed to do again?
Hello, Mario.
How about those Braves? Yeah, how about them when they're cleaning themselves up after we beat them again?
Secures a single.
It's not like the Cowboys, because that's a whole different sport. Also, hi, Dark Raven. Welcome on in. Good to have you here. Hopefully your day's been
Hello,
well.
Dark Raven.
We're over here just dog walking the entire division.
Here's the pitch. Swung on.
On this day alone, we've gotten 56 runs at least between our games with the Expos and the Mets. The Expos, I think we beat 32-0. So
yeah, something like that.
That's lame. 0-2.
That's lame.
And if you could believe it, they're not at the bottom of our division. The Braves are. So, damn. That's what fucking Ahmed's feeling after missing that. God damn it.
That was the most expensive one, so I picked it.
You're flexing.
Yeah.
That's your idea of flexing. I love that. Alright, cool. I think...
Pitch on the way.
Oh, Pablo!
That's gone.
Pablo!
That's gone!
Even on a soft day, he gets out of here.
Even on a cold day, Pablo's skills are hot! Too hot to handle. Is Pablo Sanchez and his baseball skills. Wow. Let that set the tone for the rest of this game. Also, I need to reset chat. There you go.
Juan Gonzalez is the batter.
Let's see what this kid can do.
Well, he won't need to do any cleanup because Pablo kind of did that already.
Yep.
Whatever. Clean yourself up.
Whoa.
That was a ball.
That was way up.
That was crazy. Wow. Not a crazy ball, just a crazy pitch. That was a fireball.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Wow. Where'd you get that fireball? Who'd you strike out?
What, another one?
Wait, who's saying ow? Do you hear that?
Yeah. Oh, probably the catcher. That's exactly, I know who that is.
Dude, that was Luann.
That's Luann.
Dude, she's over there getting set on fire 3 times in a row.
Ow!
Ah!
Oh.
Dude, Luann being shuffled out right now because she had to catch 3 fireballs in a row.
Dude, I never knew that there's like unique dialogue for who's behind the plate.
I didn't know that either.
Yeah. Like, I recognize that voice. That's Luann.
Ow! Ow!
He comes center. The pitch.
Stop throwing them, not for my sake, but for Luann's sake.
Remember, Logan, she's only 4 years old.
She's only 4 years old. She's over here getting like 3rd-degree burns because someone throws the goddamn fireballs. Because they won't stop throwing those goddamn fireballs.
My dude threw 3 of them.
3 of them in a row. Luann, speak up, man. I don't want that for you. I may be on the opposing team, but even I don't want that for you.
Eyeball 1. She steals.
Go, Keisha.
Quick thinking. The runner is safe on second.
Yeah, baby. Go home. Go home.
Yeah, I'm sending her home. I'm sending her home. After that,
I think
I'm
it's not a
sending her
bold
home.
move.
What a play. This is monumental.
To be fair, I do think that going home was a bold move. After, you know, before they threw it like that, but after they threw it like that, absolutely not. That was a given.
Strike one.
That was...
What?
They didn't swing at that.
1-1.
I honestly can't believe I didn't swing at that either, if I'm being perfectly honest with you.
From the stretch, the 1-1
Yeah,
hit.
whoa.
Another strike.
What?
That one was barely inside the strike zone. Give me a break.
Yeah. Come on.
Ready.
Hello, Mario.
A swing.
Home run! That was for you, Fluffy! That was for you, Fluffy! Welcome on in. How you doing, man?
I feel like it's easy to hit home runs in this park.
It is, because the zone to get it is just like... It's just slightly above the middle of the field, it feels like. So...
Yeah.
Holy shit, Pablo. Pablo is on my team, so... And he did get a home run already in this game, I think. So...
I love Aquaman's theme.
I do too.
Lucky
That's some good mid-eye guitar.
hankering for some baseball spankering.
I'm pretty sure that's also Sunny Days VA.
Yeah, I like it.
That looks like, or rather, that sounds like Sunny Days. Or Princess Peach's VA, really.
Yeah. Remember Mama Peach? Right by her, Vina Gooch is Bowser Jr. from Sunshine.
I love a good mother-son team-up on commentary.
Yeah.
From the windup, the 1-2 pitch. Swing. And down
Yeah, that's fine.
Damn.
You can't get them every time.
All 3 outs were from strikeouts.
They're all or nothing with him. Either strikeout or it gets hit.
Exactly. That's how I roll, brother. Alright.
Kenny Kawaguchi up on the mound and ready for action.
Kenny has a consistent slow ball, but man, can he go nuts with the crazy ball.
Arlene Perez steps up.
I'm not going to tell my players to start phoning it in, because if we're going to get to the playoffs, we need to establish dominance in the first half of this season.
Look, you know what we need to do? Oh, no, Pablo!
The throw to first base.
Oh, Pablo.
That wouldn't have made it even if Ahmed didn't leave base.
Now it's Luann Louise's turn.
Oh, hey, I'm glad that she recovered from her burns.
Hey, wait, is that the
Gotcha.
Is that the sister to Kenny? Or am I thinking another one?
No, you're thinking of Vicky Kawaguchi.
That's Vicky, okay.
Vicky Kawaguchi is his sister.
A bouncing ball.
Luann is no one's sibling. Ah, I should have gone for... Yeah, I forgot. I should have gone for first base first.
Yeah, or Lance the speed type.
Luann is a speed type Pokemon. Yes.
Yeah.
Into the motion and the offering. Swing. Strike one.
That is something that needs to be remembered.
But yeah, Logan, don't phone it in. We need to stat pad. Pad our stats.
We need to fucking juice the stats at this point. I mean, like, I feel like we've done that pretty well with these first 2 games tonight. So.
You could feel the breeze from that one over here.
Looks like a slow ball. That takes the stretch.
Right.
The 1-2 pitch.
Nope.
A bouncing ball. And he grabs it. The throw.
Oh, should have thrown the first, but he still did.
Quick toss to third. Safe.
I can tell you're feeling froggy, Luann.
Yeah.
Hello, Mario.
I wanted to try and bait her into going, but she didn't take it. Hey, JD, what's up? Welcome on into tonight's Long Boy Club meeting. We are dominating this division right now between our last game with the Mets and this one. And the last game with the Expos. We are completely just at the top of this division right now. And it's probably going to continue with this game.
I was like, so far, this has been the least dominated game.
Yeah, but we'll see how it is by the end.
Yeah.
With nobody out.
It's time for a home run.
The only loss we've gotten so far is a fluke against the Mets. I call it a fluke because we just got done facing the Mets, and they lost at a 18-point deficit. So I am calling that a fluke. So I'm calling the win they have on us a total fluke. Jacinda, why did I draft you? You're so slow.
Why did you draft her?
I drafted her because the game told me she was good, okay? Because the game told me she was good, but the game lied to me.
Give me one right over the center.
The game lied to me, and now I'm stuck with her.
From the stretch and the offering.
Not like it matters too much because, like, look at the rest of our team, you know? They very easily pick up her slack.
The wind up, the pitch.
I see you're the Braves. For me, it's the Dodgers in my season play. I am not the Dodgers. Sorry, I'm not the Braves. I'm the Hornets.
Fires. The swing, strike 2. 1 and 2.
Yes, I'm not the Braves. If I was playing as an MLB team, I'd be playing as the White Sox.
Takes the
But...
The 1-2 pitch.
Oh, damn.
In foul territory.
What? That's a foul? I mean, listen, I know that the hit was terrible, but, like, that was...
The 1-2 pitch.
That was not a foul. That was...
Send him scrambling.
Ooh,
yeah,
fuck you, man.
He's got wheels. He's got wheels.
Like my lack of sleep. 3 hours to be exact. Why are you only running on 3 hours? I mean, thank you for being here, but you should probably sleep.
I'll do it later.
You'll do it after I dog walk the Braves.
I'm gonna hit a touchdown.
You
Sure
fucking
are,
do it, brother. I know you can. I know you've got it in you. You got that dog in you, dude. I've seen it.
And the throw.
I've seen it in other games that I've played in this game. Oh, Kenny! That's the problem. What?
You could have thrown Pete out. He didn't trip.
This one's out of here.
I have faith that he can do it. I did, in fact, hit a home run into the pool already, so I have that achievement.
And the count is 1-0.
Also, I guess if anyone was wondering, because I said it earlier, my roommate brought over some like apple crumble. It was very cinnamony and very good. I loved it a lot.
Into the motion, cuts to the plate. A bouncing ball.
That's a slow roller.
One of my roommates does really good baking.
No.
And I've been dubbed her taste tester.
Although the secret weapon doesn't speak any English.
I like to cook as well.
He's a rad dude.
But so does she. So yeah. I need to get the achievement for hitting.
A bouncing ball.
That's a
I'm just gonna keep everyone where they are and make sure that Pablo gets to base.
Into first on a sharp single.
Because that was not great.
Yeah.
Juan Gonzalez, get up there, man.
Juan, come on.
Make them feel the roar.
To Cooperstown.
Make them feel the roar, brother.
He's ready now.
Yeah, grand slam.
The swing, back
Come on.
Oh!
Come on. Come on. Come on! Grand Slam!
Get the grand slam! Let's go!
That was the Grand Slam! Holy shit! Okay, never mind. I like the Tigers now. Dude, our blimp looks like a banana, honestly.
Yeah.
If I had, like, if I chose a brown color scheme, I don't know if you can be brown in this game, in terms of, like, your uniform color, but if you could, then if I chose brown instead of purple, it would look like a giant banana. And I just think that's funny.
Yeah.
6'8".
Todd Xavier.
He's gonna let him know.
680 batting average.
Yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot.
That's quite a bit, yes. Come on.
What?
If it's the Charlotte Hornets decided for one season to have Laker colors. Oh, wait. It's if the Charlotte Hornets decided for one season to have Laker colors. LOL. I mean, it did take me a while to realize that the Hornets have Laker colors in my save here. So, and my team has Laker colors. But that's my color scheme, you know? I just happen to have the Lakers color scheme.
This one's out of here.
Listen, man, if I could play... Listen, if having the Lakers colors makes me play like LeBron James, then I think that's a fair compromise. You know?
Yeah, I guess.
LeBron James.
A bouncing ball.
Gotta watch your kneecaps on
I probably could have had her steal that last base.
Safe
Whatever.
on first base.
Oh, wow.
Ooh, that was bold.
Woo!
Now that
Yeah,
was bold,
that-
Vinny.
Now that was a bold move.
Lucky's a real slugger at the plate.
Runners on
Is
Really
she,
enough.
though?
2 outs.
Not according to her batting average. Not according to her batting average, but I have faith.
And the offering.
I don't know if I have faith. Dude, I've seen this Todd Xavier kid so much between all of the saves I've done. I know that he's good. Even though he's
He's the
literally
real
just a
deal.
created character. He's good.
To the windup. The pitch.
I know for a fact.
Ooh.
That dog
Aw.
will hunt.
Dude, I'm pretty sure she's gonna shut you up.
And Robson
She's not gonna
with
shut
the
you up. The haters say she couldn't do it, and they were correct.
They
That was
were
honestly a
right.
good idea on the haters. Chipper Jones.
Yep.
Zach, who's this guy?
He sure is. What?
Who is he?
Into the windup.
You wanna know who Chipper Jones is?
No, I don't. I don't know who he is.
You call that?
What is that? You wanna know who Chipper Jones is? Well, someone that's really well liked by Braves fans.
Oh yeah?
Why?
Why do
yeah.
people like him?
Ball. And he can't get it.
Because
Throws the ball to first.
yeah, he was like a former third baseman for like the Braves and what have you.
Okay.
He
He was a very successful third baseman.
Runner on first.
Yeah, he is part of the Braves' 1995 World Series run.
Okay.
Here's the windup. And
Yeah.
pitch. Swing.
So he is good, is what I'm hearing.
yeah, he's good. He's good.
Good time.
He is also
Count is 0-1.
he also won the '99 MVP award as well. So yes, very good.
A swing. A bouncing ball.
Wait, which... Sorry, which year?
Throws it to second.
'99. He won MVP.
99.
Throws
Okay.
it over to
Mhm.
first.
He's basically the Barry Bonds and Markham McGuire Homer run king
Runner on first.
for the Braves fans. Okay. So he's like
Yeah,
their
yeah.
goat, basically.
The motion. And
Yeah, because for the Braves, he hit a total of 468 home runs.
0-1.
That is insane. I mean, like, did he ever play for anyone else, or was it just the Braves?
Fires.
Let me look real quick. No, just the Braves.
Wow. Okay.
Here's the windup.
Yep.
Here's the pitch.
He played,
Foul.
So
Yeah,
he's essentially
yeah.
a homegrown star, then. I get it.
dude. His career lasted from '95 to 2012.
Bouncing ball.
Wow.
Right to the pitcher.
Yeah, that's quite a bit.
Come on, double play. Double fucking play.
Over to first. That's it out. An exciting double play, folks. That'll bring our team up to bat. And that'll close up the second.
And I do have the Lakers-inspired John Cena spinner belt signed, lol.
Up by 8.
There's a Lakers-inspired Cena belt?
Smith comes to bat. Nobody out.
Damn.
Why does...
Time for a home run.
I guess I don't understand why he would have a Lakers one, since he's from Massachusetts.
Cuts to the plate.
It's like giving CM Punk a,
Painted the corner.
you know,
with
sports
that one.
team-inspired
The
belt.
count is 1-0.
Instead of it being Chicago, it was, like, Florida or something.
Here's
You
the
know?
New York.
No, it would be like New York. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm saying New York is the promo. You see it. You
Yeah.
become what you hate. Become like the New York Yankees.
It was because of his Last Time Is Now tour last year. Did they make, like, a belt for every city he appeared in last year?
That was ball 3.
Gimme pitch.
Because if so, then that would make sense. That's a lot of fucking belts to make, though. Like, just for a single
Oh,
guy.
crazy.
Throws it. Ball 4. And that's
Wow.
Giving CM Punk a Yankees belt would be diabolical.
Yeah.
It would be. That's so funny.
Yeah.
any color.
That's like if CM Punk was retiring, and instead of giving him one, like,
Here I go.
I guess, like, here's... Here's like a CM Punk knower lore question, right? What's his favorite sports team?
The wind-up on the way.
It's like instead of giving him one for like the Chicago Bears, instead it's for like the Mets or the Yankees.
Yeah.
I guess it's a probably more apt one.
You become the New York Yankees.
Dude. Dude, I watched someone play like a perfect season of this game a while back with like the most optimal team they possibly could. And Pablo was on the Yankees. The Yankees had not won a single game up until at the time that he played them.
Bro!
And they had Pablo Sanchez. And I'm pretty sure Derek Jeter as well.
Yeah.
That is proof positive that stats are not everything in this game. Sometimes the game will just say, fuck you, you're losing this, and there's not much you can do about that. So.
Yeah, we had two really good players where everyone else sucks.
The stats don't mean much unless, like, you know how to use them. You know?
Yep.
Unless you can actually strategize. Dude, is Ahmed gonna get a homer too? Ahmed Khan. Ahmed Khan.
I think you mean Amir. I think you mean Amir.
I'm sorry. He's so goated. I'm seeing him as Ahmed now. Amir, fuck.
That's the opposite of a home run.
Dude, that's awful.
Keep it together out there.
Like giving him a Utah Jazz jersey instead of a Chicago Bulls jersey is great. That's great work. I love that. Someone's got to see him at like a convention signing and just throw a Utah Jazz jersey onto his table and then walk away without saying anything.
Hey, what the fuck is this?
And just see what happens. Like, even if Punk tries to get your attention, just keep going. You know? Hey! Come back here! What is this? Pablo Sanchez!
We've got ourselves a grand slam!
Two Grand Slams on this day! One from Juan and one from Pablo!
Good day.
Even on his bad days, Pablo brings the fire. It's like having a Red Bull statue across the street from where the Utah Jazz play. Oh, wait, they do. Man. Dude, it's like they're laughing in your face, you know? I bet you wish the energy drink was called the Red Jazz Energy Drink. Yeah, that'd be something. Red Jazz would have like a fifth of the flavors, though.
Here's the motion and the pitch.
Red ass. I know Freddie Freeman wanted to be with the Braves forever in his career, but because of newer management, they let him go and the Dodgers picked him up, and now he's a multiple-time WS champion.
Oh, World Series champion, yeah.
I saw a video recently that was like how to root for bad sports teams, and the guy talked about the Lakers and the Dodgers like they were like a swirling vortex where like all talent was sucked into. It was really funny. Juan Gonzalez!
He's on one today.
He is on one today, dude!
Goodbye, baby. That one's Juan gone.
Yeah, Juan gone.
You fucking... And that's a fucking W, man. Wow. Dude. Juan's showing up here. I gotta be honest with you, Zach. I'm feeling the roar right now.
Hell yeah.
I'm feeling the roar.
The roar. But no, look, I love that. It's like, yeah, it's like if you have a favorite player that'll sign up, that'll go to like the Dodgers. It don't matter if it's a completely different sport. They'll go to the Dodgers.
Much like how in basketball, if they are not signed to the Lakers, they'll get signed to the Lakers eventually.
Yeah.
Like, listen, Zach, you could be signed to the Lakers right now. Are you?
No.
You might want to. I don't know, Zach. You might want to check.
I'm gonna smack
I don't know. I don't see $1 million in my bank account.
Chat, are you signed to the Lakers? Because if you don't think you are, think again. You might want to check. You might want to check your inbox. Check your bank account. And if you are, can you share some of that money with me? I would like some of that.
Oh.
Yeah, that's not going anywhere. Whatever.
But it hit the grass.
It did hit the grass. Oh, Keisha,
Keisha,
please.
run.
I'm gonna keep Ahmed right there. Fuck it.
Oh, you're reading ball? You shouldn't have believed. Oh,
I was gonna try and ever do something, but I misclicked. That bull statue is a full ass cock and balls too, and that thing is 2 blocks from the Mormon temple.
Bro,
that dude, that's God's cock and balls right there. Those are all his. He knew that the only thing that could show them proud and loudly was one of the mightiest animals in the world, the bull.
Cock and ball torture.
From Wikipedia. Nice, Ahmed! That was good. Good job.
The slide.
Fuck.
Not Jacinda.
Time for a home run.
Listen,
Jacinda, you're never gonna...
How about this? I'm gonna give her some inspiration here. We are at probably the field that is the easiest to get a home run in, right?
Yeah.
I have faith. I've got faith.
She's set. The pitch.
I don't have faith. I don't have faith now. Hold on.
Shit. Oh, not that.
That was a ball. And the count is
It's alright.
1-1.
We can make this work.
Come on, Jacinda. Hit a home run for once.
The 1-1 pitch.
Ball?
Ugh.
What?
And the count is 1-1.
Whoa.
Okay, you know what, Jacinda? That one's not on you. The ump is blind.
Yeah.
She's
Fucking
set.
clanker.
Pitch. Low ball 2.
I was about to say, if that's not a ball, then I'm gonna apologize to Jacinda. Maybe give her some ice cream after the game.
Target goes up. Pitch on the way.
Come on.
Please
That
be
was a
ball.
ball.
Okay. 3-2.
It's almost time for a 2.5-minute Cheetos break, my dudes.
Just give me a second. Homunculus.
Takes her stretch. The 3-2 pitch.
That's not a home run. Not a
that's
home run.
That's awesome. Just let it drop.
Dude, they just watched that shit drop. Wow. They just watched it drop. They didn't do anything. All right, we're going to go ahead and run an ad with that in mind because we're not going to move anyone else on these bases. So let's go ahead and run the ad, and then we'll come back. Even worse, that statue's directly
Where
next
the
to an
heck's the
old
Cheetos,
folks'
my
home.
dudes?
Dude, that's the last thing they see as they enter the pearly gates. The goddamn, bulls, cock, and... Dude, the cock and bulls. And 2 blocks from a children's museum.
Battlemaniacs by Trade West, the Dark Queen and Silas Volkmeyer.
Well, I'm gonna leave that one alone.
Princess Machinko.
I'll leave that alone and just give that a cool fat thumbs up.
The Battletoads, Temple Rash, crash their way into
but look, I showed you the picture. I'll know that.
in order to rescue
I know
their friends.
she's recognizable
Although
to
this
you.
game is very similar to the NES original,
Mandalorian.
pro players will still find enough challenge, fun, and uniqueness to want the
Hold on.
game anyway. The graphics, character animation, and big characters deliver hot action. The bonus level is so cool because you will feel like you're ice skating and bumper carring.
I don't
This
recognize
8-stage game
it.
is
This
not as
fucking,
long as the NES version,
this fucking
but is
Curious
just as
George looking
hard.
character.
The new turbo tunnel is
Yeah, it's
difficult,
from the 80s.
so remember to
It
keep
literally
takes place
looks
in
like
France.
the
If you
human
fall
that
into one of the
Curious
pits
George
because
goes
you'll
around
be
with.
sprung out of the pit if a small platform appears.
She's part of a
Battletoads for the
Catholic
Super
school of
NES
12
has a
other
code that gives you
girls,
5
and she's
lives
the
and 5
shortest.
A
wins.
Catholic? Oh
During the
no.
introduction, press and hold
Yeah.
No.
and A until the battle
She's
menu
part of a
appears,
Catholic
and then
school?
press start.
Oh
If you
no!
entered the code correctly, this same code will give you 5 lives if you use it on the NES.
Oh
game.
no.
Battletoads and
Dude,
Battlemaniacs
anything
is
but
practically
that.
perfection,
Honestly.
combining movie-like cinematic
I
qualities
wish
with
I had my
great variety
worst
of action.
enemy.
True video game fans will appreciate the maintenance of
And no, I'm not
high
going to
fun
explain
throughout
why I'm
and the
saying no
unbeatable
to that
challenge,
if
which can
you
only be
don't know
conquered
why
with
I'm saying no
excessive
to that.
practice.
Look it up.
Battletoads and Battlemaniacs offers extremely high
The
challenge,
books
even with
focus
5
on 12
continues,
girls in a
resulting in a
Catholic
game that's
boarding
hard
school
to
in
beat.
Paris. Madeline is the smallest of the girls, only 7 years old and the only girl with red hair. She is the bravest and most outgoing of the girls. The images seem classical and show scenery and landmarks of locations where the story takes place, such as the Eiffel Tower, the Serene River.
Oh, no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No. No, I don't like this show now. I have no
Because
interest in it now, after hearing that she's in a Catholic boarding school.
yeah.
Om nom nom. Oh, excuse me, we're back, my dudes.
Welcome back to
no.
Raw.
Oh no.
Next up, Kenny Kawakami.
Okay.
Ooh, the fast base wheel.
I have to pass by the damn thing being the bull. Every Wednesday delivering newspapers, and I've been needing an excuse to talk about. Dude, you just been holding this in for however long, and you decide that my stream is the place where you,
Ball 1.
well, I guess, for lack of a better word, trauma dump. Well, you know what? You know what I have to say to your fucking trauma dump?
Swing.
I'm flattered. Thank you for coming by the stream.
Gotta
Yeah, that was...
He was robbed.
Yeah, that wasn't gonna work at all.
Oh, Logan, you're gonna be like, oh no! I just found out about this. In February this year, an animated film was announced to be in development.
Of this character?
Yes.
Count is 0-1.
Like, oh no.
I mean, like, listen, man.
Takes the stretch.
If they want to do that, fine. But I'm not the target audience.
I just say you might see more of it in the future.
Maybe choose a different denomination, for Christ's sake, literally. For Christ's sake. For Christ's sake, please choose a different denomination.
Thanks for that.
Like Curious George.
Like Curious George? What is Curious George's denomination in the Christian faith, chat? Alright, cool.
Ready now. Fires. Swinging. Strike.
That's working for us.
A sneaky slow ball. 1 out. He
Yeah,
snaps.
it's
Cuts to the plate.
Nice.
Strike. And the count is 0-2.
Also, I did see your link that you sent to me. I'm a GD. I did see that.
Into the windup. Here's the pitch.
Still though, like if they made one of those for like every city that John Cena was in last year,
And the batter.
that's a lot of hardware to make. You know?
Yeah, that is. Yeah.
How many do you think they had per city? Can't be a lot, right?
Okay, but still, that's at least over 30.
It's at least over 30, and I guess, like, and they probably cost like more than your mortgage to fucking get. So,
Look, I like to imagine Cena puts all in like in a trophy case closet like SpongeBob does.
no, don't. That's fine. War closet.
Oh god.
Gobbles it up.
Holy shit, the arm on JavaScript. Wow.
She's out. That'll bring our team up to bat. That's it.
We are cleaning house here, dude.
Hornets leading. Up by 13.
Watch
There
out.
was, oh my lord, there was a 1998 live action movie. Oh lord.
See a lot of shit delivering newspapers, enough to make a sightseeing map, LMAO. I mean, do you enjoy it? Do you enjoy, like, going around your city, though? Because I'm a guy that's a looker, you know?
And the
I enjoy seeing new shit, even just for the sake of it. Makes me feel connected to the world. Like, I'm not, like, just, you know, an island unto myself. I'm a part of society.
Throws it. Swung on. And
Damn it.
popped
That's
up.
bad. That's a hit.
He's
Yeah, I
out of
deserve
there.
that.
Yeah.
I deserve that.
Wow, did I actually watch it drop?
I'm gonna smack this one.
Pete's having a bit of an off day today, I'm not gonna lie.
She's set, and the offering.
But so is Amir.
And
And as I say
Oh.
that... as I
Damn,
fucking
Chef
say
Power.
that...
Chef Power hit it.
There you go. I'm gonna keep it there. I'm gonna
Nice
keep it there.
one.
It's
That
fine.
kid's pretty fast.
Probably Duppy is my speciality, Mr. GirafaStev.
They have a runner.
I love
Hmm.
that. Well, no, I don't love that. Maybe you should see a therapist. But...
Yeah. Stop trauma dumping.
Ready up.
From the windup, he delivers. The swing. The light.
This is where I saw the bull's cock and balls, Raphael.
Cow bummer.
Cowabummer.
And the offering.
Wait, actually, no. Stop trauma dumping.
God damn it! Really?
Oh, you're winning 13-0. What's the big deal?
Alice is the batter.
Now
The
this
big
is-
deal is we need to crush the Braves.
Runner on second. 2 out.
You're already crushing them.
Well, we need to crush them further. Zach,
From the stretch.
I need a stat pad some more.
we need to juice the stats.
Waiting for
You know?
0-1.
Wait for a better pitch, Vinny.
I've fun seeing
Yeah.
people snort coke off the box while trying to deliver
Swung on. And
mid-talking to your mom. While trying to deliver while also talking to your mom.
one on second.
Like,
Oh.
The Hornets
in
are
person?
rolling.
Like, is she there, like, watching the coke being snorted? Or is this, like, a different activity? Like, is that on the phone?
Now it's Luann Louise's turn. No
And you're, like, looking at this guy snorting the drug, and you're just like, oh, well, that's fucking crazy, Mom. Do you see this?
Dude, I just
Like,
think of the current
well, that's
meme.
weird.
Dude, I just think of the current meme of like all the like the coke on the table and just
Nope. Wouldn't get that.
you know he face plants into it.
Yeah, exactly. Me, that shit.
Yeah.
I'm looking at my mom's face and I see the MF snorting it out of the corner of my eyes.
Steps up to bat.
Bro.
Listen, he's over there doing crack with the Sandman. So,
Strike. Low and away.
speaking of the Sandman, he's a wrestler. And speaking of wrestling, we're watching wrestling tomorrow on the server.
Oh yeah.
Tomorrow night is AEW Revolution, one of their biggest pay-per-views of the year. We're going to be watching it live as it happens from start to finish. If you would like to join a cool, like-minded community of wrestling fans, and watch, you know, the AEW pay-per-views as they come, as well as get my stream notice.
Rooney throws it over to
Stinkaroony!
first base. We got
That's not what the Lawn Boy Club is. The Lawn Boy Club is over here. Hold on. Be watching it at my aunt's place tomorrow. As much as I would like Hangman to
Check
win the
off.
belt, he's not going to.
I gave this kid some pointers. And
I was going to ask, look, are you ready for your heart to get broken?
I have mentally prepared for my heart to get broken.
He throws it.
I don't think there will be too much blubbering tomorrow.
Count is 1-0.
Only a little bit. If I can help it.
Yeah, so you're gonna. Oh,
That's in
shit!
the
Wow,
dude,
go
that's
in the pool.
Sputnik.
Yeah, okay, you know what? That one was based, I'll give you that.
Yeah.
That one there was based. I will give you that one for free, brother. I like Hangman too, but I know he's not gonna win. Because what's gonna happen is that he's gonna try to keep his promise, but then he's gonna go back on it eventually.
Especially if MJ loses the belt at some point in the future.
trying to get something for the team.
Like if one of his friends wins the belt, right? And then he breaks his promise to win it off of them.
He's ready now. And the pitch. Swinging. Pop fly.
Fuck.
Oh,
She's got it.
I like Hangman, yeah, and GF is winning that shit for sure.
Punched it over. And he flubbed it.
But they're kind of like positioning like the Texas Death Match as kind of like Hangman's equivalent to like the
Quick toss to
cactus,
third. Toss it
the casket match, or like, you know, buried alive,
third.
you
That
know?
one's going way over her head.
Oh, jeez. I think guy's not going home. You like shit.
Even though he probably should, because he kind of earned that one. So it makes me laugh. I got flipped off by MJF back at WrestleCade. In true MJF fashion. That was a very unimpressive maneuver, Vinny. I'm glad that you pointed out my shortcomings. Thank you. If nothing else, I can always expect you to be the wind beneath my wings. Hi, Henry. How are you?
That was a ball.
He's invaded my desk.
Third, one out.
But okay, that makes you wonder if he's gonna break his promise. Well, would he inadvertently turn heel in the process then?
And delivered.
Yeah,
He broke his promise.
I would say so.
Nice one.
Yeah.
That's what
I would say so.
1-1. The
Like,
stretch.
oh, shit.
Throws it.
Or at least he'll be like Shades of Grey, right?
Mm-hmm.
Strong.
But he's not going to be a pure babyface anymore because,
solid left hook
like,
is the
Hangman
mark.
gave his word, and he showed that his word doesn't mean much if he does that, you know?
Remember, he say he won't lose. As that, you say you're never gonna challenge for the belt again. No, I won't lose. Fuck the future. I'm not losing.
I mean,
I don't even think of the possibility of losing.
listen, man.
That's a foul. And
Cool.
the count is 1-2.
I still love you, but you are going to lose that shit.
He winds.
You know?
1-2 pitch.
Yeah. My dude, you're like underestimating MJF. Who
who's like one of like the greatest of all time now, you know?
Can walk the walk.
like the few times he's gotten to hardcore matches, he like pretty fucking scary.
Mm-hmm. He can get terrifying, honestly.
Mhm.
Like he's
From the
Yeah.
stretch, the pitch.
like very quietly,
Sliced it.
he's the total package. Not Lex Luger style, but you know.
Yeah.
It's going to left field. And it's foul.
Dude, I would have laughed if it bounced off of the roof there. That would have been crazy.
Runner on third.
No, Brody King did dap me up crazy style. Dude, that's awesome. I want Brody King to dap me up.
I hope he wins that Revolution.
Swung on.
Oh, what, Brody?
And a foul
Yeah,
ball.
against Swerve.
And the
I don't
count
think he
is
will.
0-2.
I think that they're kind of doing something with Swerve here.
Ready now.
And I feel like if you're going to continue doing that,
Strike three. Another
then-
one down.
Yeah.
Bye-bye now.
You
beating
probably
Brody's the thing
should-
to do.
You probably shouldn't have him lose after he just turned heel.
No, you
And
shouldn't.
the fourth inning's over.
But I think keeping Brody in the orbit of other main eventers
Up by
is a
11.
good thing because it shows that he's in the conversation, you know?
Yeah, I can say more about that than Danny Kingston, who is not up there right now.
Dude, he's not been up there ever since he came back.
Pitch on the way.
Yeah.
I don't know what
I'm
it is about him that, like, just kind of keeps him in the undercard, but that's where he's been, you know?
I hate that because it's one of my favorites.
He's one of a lot of people's favorites. And I kind of wanted this year to be kind of the one where, like,
And the
they
runner is safe.
try to do something with him, and I do realize the year's still young, you know?
He's got up
Mhm.
in time.
They could do something with him.
This kid can walk the
That my
walk.
younger sister up after whooping Kyle Fletcher's ass back in 2023. And that was such a good feeling big brother moment. I love that for you. Last AEW show I went to was Blood and Guts last November. I don't think I've been to an AEW show. Well, actually, no, that's a lie. I went to it in December. What am I talking
Yeah,
about?
I'll say.
What am
yeah,
I
a few
talking
months
about?
ago. Yeah.
I like to see Eddie win the world title at least once or twice. I would too. But
Ball one.
the thing is, I don't know if
First, with nobody
if
out.
TK trusts him to that extent. I think they
Like-
trust. I think he trusts him to, remain over on his own merits.
One left of
But I don't
center.
think he sees him as a guy to carry the whole company.
Going. Say goodbye.
Like he probably could. He's got like the personality and shit in the wrestling.
He probably could, but I don't know. I would like to
Like,
see him win the world title, but as time goes on, that becomes less and less likely. So because Eddie is no spring chicken, he's like in his mid-40s now. So
Oh yeah, he is. I was say it's also probably because of like that long-term injury like he had last year.
it's that long-term injury. Yes, I do.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if that kind of
Spanker in.
influences the thought process a little bit. You know.
Yeah.
Throws it. Swung on. That's a foul. Nobody out.
WrestleK is actually a convention that takes place every November. Wait, hold on.
Takes the stretch and the offering. That was ball one.
I wish I could afford to travel out of state to go to something like that. I would like to go to WrestleCade at least once.
That was ball two.
I've only ever been to conventions involving horses, and I would like to change that. I mean, I'm going to YomoCon with, you know, Zach and a couple others this year.
Yep.
Foul territory.
Tickets are on sale now.
Okay, I'll look into getting mine here soon.
The 2-2 pitch.
Yep.
That's gone.
Woo!
That's out of here.
No, foul? No, it's gone. Yeah, it's gone,
Go.
Yeah. It went into the bushes, it sounded like.
I don't know what kind of pitch that was, but it tasted just like chicken.
The National Weather Service has issued a home run watch.
That is 100% sunny days.
Yeah.
That's literally the goddamn cadence. Would love to hang out with you if you do, Steb. I do want to go back to horse conventions. Last one I went to was the last RonnieCon.
Nobody out.
I went to... The last horse one I went to was the final BabsCon, and I feel like after that, I'm done,
She's set.
honestly.
Fires.
Because my heart just isn't in horse as it is with other stuff.
And the count is 1-0.
Like, wrestling is shit... I don't know, wrestling is the shit I live and breathe.
And the throw.
I like horse,
Swing.
but
A long fly.
anyone who knows me knows I live and breathe pro wrestling. So,
Damn, Dan just said that was your best RT to hit a home run, actually.
Strong,
Yeah.
but not too flashy.
1 out.
that could have been it,
Go.
but it wasn't.
Yeah, but it wasn't.
That could have been
The
epic,
stretch.
but it wasn't.
A swing.
Well, that was way too early.
Yeah, that was way too early.
Yeesh.
That Kelly of all people there. You'll sometimes get wrestlers at, like, Comic-Con type conventions,
Swing.
you know?
Yeah.
A bouncing ball.
That little blooper sent
Nah.
him running.
But no, I've just...
That kid was out by a mile.
Over time, I've realized that, like,
Killer steps in.
my heart isn't in horse as much as it is other things. Like, I would love to go to Sonic conventions at some point. I would like to go to... There aren't too many wrestling conventions from my knowledge. But, there aren't too many wrestling conventions to my knowledge.
That was
But I would like to go to at least one, because I know I would really enjoy myself there. You know?
Mm-hmm.
MLP will have a special place for me. Hold on.
Swung on.
MLP will have a special place for me because of the memories I've had with the people I met through the Brony fandom. I mean, same with me, but...
From the windup, cuts to the
Hold
plate. A little
Run!
blinker.
Doinker!
Slaps out a single.
You know, I will admit that
Amir Khan.
quite a few of the friends I still have are ones that I've met through horse.
This one's
Hi.
Hi, Zach. Hello. How are
Yeah.
you?
I'm good. Yeah, I was just saying hi as an example.
I know.
Okay.
But, like... I feel like
The windup and the
it's
delivery.
kind of given me all the good it could give me, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I've had a handful of... For, like, as many good times I've had with it, it's also given me quite a few bad ones.
Safe on second.
And for me, my enjoyment of the show kind of begins and ends at the show, and I would like to keep it that way from now on,
2 out.
you know?
Yeah.
Because I've been to quite a few pony conventions, and ever since...
Target goes up. The delivery.
Ever since I've started hanging out with more WrestleTubers and stuff, I've kind of realized something. In those situations, I've...
Strike. And the count
Jesus.
is 0-2.
Pablo, please. I don't know. I want to try to talk about this without, like,
Kick. Fires.
being sidetracked by a baseball game.
The count is
Hold on just a second.
I gotta be in the zone.
I need to lock in.
Windup, 1-2 pitch.
Otherwise, Pablo's going to get struck out. There you go.
Grounder to short.
Run!
That's, yeah. Sorry, Amir.
Ooh, that's
Yeah.
Tough luck, brother.
Halfway through the inning now. 2 left on. And the Hornets lead it.
But no, I've kind of surrounded myself with horse stuff for multiple times throughout my life, and something that I've realized as I've talked to more
this kid
wrestling people is this.
Nobody out.
I felt out of place a lot of times when I was in horse. And I don't feel that in the same way that I do with wrestling. You know?
Yeah, I get you.
With wrestling, it just feels much more effortless for me.
The throw to first base. Here's the throw to
Oh.
She's out.
Ooh.
Chris Milton.
Raycon Cider Fest. Still wish I could have gone to the last... Should have gone to the ones like Equestria Los Angeles and Nightmare Nights when they were around. I remember those. Yeah.
From the windup and delivers.
Like, I didn't feel like I was around my people a lot.
Ball. One out.
But with wrestling, it just feels so much more effortless to me.
The wing. Foul.
Which, again, is not to say that there are... You know, that I made no friends in that community.
Winds and delivers. Swung on.
Yeah.
But more what I'm saying is that... I feel like, you know, I have the friends I made from there, and I don't really feel like that's... I'm in a position in my life where I can make too many more.
From the windup and
So...
Swung on. A bouncing ball. He's got it. Throws it over to first. Second out. Arlene Perez steps up.
The fabulous Gucci.
And I used to live roughly 45 minutes away
2 outs.
from Anaheim. So wait, you used to live in California, but now you live in the Carolinas?
The motion.
Sorry, the Carolinas. I don't know what that was from me. The
Foul.
Carolinas.
0-1.
The North and South Carolinas.
Yeah, I just call them the Carolinas. So, because that's what they are.
The windup. Fire.
Yeah.
A swing.
Oh!
Dude, that's out.
To left field.
That's out of here.
Nope.
Foul ball.
Whoa! That foul ball went flying. Okay, cool. Sorry, Kenny, I wasn't familiar with your game. That's it.
Yeah.
2007 was when I moved to the Carolinas and started high school out here.
Strikeout.
God, I just realized how old some of my audience can be.
And the
Yep.
Hornets lead it.
No one can stop these maniacs.
I mean, shit, man. Look, I'm like quite a few years older than you.
Mm-hmm.
He can run, too.
No outs.
I'm sending that ball on a one-way trip to Cooperstown.
Yeah, I realize that my audience kind of skews older, so...
She's set.
Yeah.
Pitch.
Which is fun, I don't have a problem with that. It's just kind of something I've noticed over time.
Yeah, just like some of the stuff like you grow up with, so will be like, wait, what are you talking about?
That was a ball.
I feel like an idiot.
Counted.
Well, Zach, I'll show you Pillow Pets at some time, because I remember Pillow Pets, and they haven't left, really.
And the count is
In
3.
fact, they've only... It seems like they've only gotten bigger since I was a kid, because they didn't used to have ones based on Sonic and... Whoa!
It's going
That's
up
it,
the
yeah,
right
no.
foul ball.
They didn't used to have ones based on Sonic, but now they do. They have ones based on Freddy Fazbear.
But do they have did they have commercials like Chia Pets?
Yes, that's how I found out about it.
Nobody out.
Oh, okay.
But Chia Pets are still a thing. I don't really see commercials for them, mostly because I don't watch a lot of TV.
That's a foul. 3 and 2.
But
Dude,
I
as someone that
remember
still
Chia
has
Pet commercials. So,
dude, as someone that still has cable, I have not seen a single commercial of them in years.
See you next time around, kid.
Just wait till next time.
but I see them quite a bit at Walmart and stuff. So,
Yeah.
like if I go to
You
the
still have
garden
one at the-
section, I'll go to the garden section and I'll find ones based on like the meme where Homer Simpson is like going into the hedge. That's one.
Ready now.
They'll have one for like Garfield. They'll have a couple others based on Shrek.
Count is 0 and
Maybe a
1.
couple other Simpsons ones. Like it's
Yeah, and you currently-
it's still pretty ubiquitous, honestly.
And the pitch.
And you still have one that's based on Sonic.
Yeah, but I've not really like done anything with it in a while. It's just kind of sitting on,
Takes her stretch.
just kind of sitting in the kitchen.
Ball 2.
Right now,
2 and 1.
nothing's really growing on it. So, I had a Ghostface Chia Pet. A Ghostface Chia
Good.
Pet.
Ghost? Oh shit.
You know what? Actually, no. You know what? That doesn't really surprise me too much.
Safe.
If you can make one based on Sonic the Hedgehog, then you can make one on Ghostface Killer. So.
But is Chia Pet's like, I guess, the plant version of what's it called? Wow, my mind's completely blanking.
That's alright, you can think about it.
Yeah.
That's bad. Wait, hold on. Maybe it's not so bad. Not so bad! God damn it, Keisha.
Can't win a game if you don't get on base.
Keisha, what were you doing? Were you watching the ball go?
I got a hankering for some baseball spankering.
I had the Pillow Pets commercial saved to my hard drive. It's iconic as fuck. Thank you. Yes, it is. It's a pillow. It's a pet. It's a pillow pet. Do, do, do. I remember it.
Here's the motion. Here's the pitch.
That was back when they had only like bears and ladybugs that you could buy as pillow pets. Maybe I should... You know what? I found the Sonic Chia pet at the comic store I like to go to in Fort Wayne. Maybe I should go back there. Finally get it. Add it to my treasure trove of Sonic merch.
Wow, look, I can't remember it, but something you had, like the group figure thing that like broke and what have you.
Into the windup. He throws it.
The group oh, are you talking about like pop vinyls?
That was a slow
because I used to have a couple of pop vinyls. I had one of Rainbow Dash. I had one of Rocket Raccoon, but he was like a bobblehead and his foot was like completely off the center of gravity of the rest of his body. So he was weird. I could never sit him up straight, which kind of defeated the purpose of having him, you know?
Oh, what the fuck?
And I also had a Mr. Meeseeks one back when it was cool to like Rick and Morty, and it wasn't cringe to like Rick and Morty.
Yeah.
Back when it was actually like kind of respected and good. Oh, did you remember that?
I remember.
Oh, the cannon on
the
Jocinda. The cannon on Jocinda.
I remember. Okay. Look, I remember that. Chia Pets, they're like the plant version of like Funko Pops.
I guess you could say that, but I feel like that there's more merit to Chia Pets, I guess, in terms of just like, well, this isn't just like you slapped like little dot eyeballs on things and there you go, you know? That's a home run? I mean, I guess one for the road, you know?
Yeah.
One for the road, because you're not going to get much more. What? Do you see that? Do you see that ball?
Yeah, it's right there.
Dude, that's not a home run. Come on. That is not a home run. Get out of here. The ump, dude, the ump has cataracts. That is not right.
That kid's waving the bat
Sorry.
around like it
Sorry,
was a
Zach.
stick.
Oh no, I was just saying, like I could have sworn I thought you had like a Funko figure before.
I did have Funko figures, yes. I mean, I just told you that I had 3 of them at one point.
Right, yeah. The Rocket Raccoon one, which never stood up.
It never stood up, right? Ump more like unk, am I right, guys?
Hey,
For fucking sure, dude. For fucking sure. That's on dicks. Right there.
Here's the throw to second.
That's it. That's game.
Yeah, it's game.
That's all, folks. And the Hornets.
Another curb stomping.
16-3.
Boy, are these kids excited. What a game. Tonight at the victory party, it's rumored that Ahmed and some of his cousins are going to bring out their instruments and rock out. Despite that, the party should be a lot of fun.
Until
Whoa. Dude, a lot of shade being thrown there at Ahmed Khan. Wow.
Yeah, but despite that.
Despite the fact that they might play, it'll be fun. Man, dude, Ahmed listening to the tape of this, and now he's like coping and seething right now.
Yeah. No, and Amir's just as pissed off.
Yeah. Like Amir's just as pissed off. Exactly. Like Ahmed's gearing up to like hit him with the punt kick, Randy Orton style.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's my fucking White Sox, brother. Look at that. They won against the freaking Guardians right there.
Or there's no as back then the Cleveland Indians.
When they had Chief Wahoo as their logo. Chief Wahoo was oddly ubiquitous for me when I was a kid because my dad had quite a bit of like Cleveland Indians merch. And obviously, you know, that's not the case now. But like I remember it very, very vividly. So
Obviously, a good few years ago, they changed it because of how, you know, racially insensitive. you know, like come on,
Yes. Dude, the Mariners are leading their division right now, along with the Angels.
Bro, I love how the Athletics don't even have a real name right now. They're not called the Oakland Athletics; they're just called the Athletics.
Why do they just why are they just called the Athletics?
Because they're moving to Las Vegas, but so for a time being they're in a minor league park.
Well, here's the thing: when they finish the move, are they going to update this game to reflect that, or are they just gonna be the Athletics, one thing, for the
probably just the
rest of time?
For the rest of the time. No, they'll be known as the Las Vegas Athletics.
Oh, okay, I get it. Yeah, we are leading this division now. Ever since we beat the Mets, they've been slumping. Look at this. You see this right now?
Yeah. It's not about the Mets this time.
Dude, it's about the fucking Hornets. We are comfortably leading this division now. We can't get too comfy because we have the rest of the league here. Coming up with the Giants, the Padres. We're going to be spending some time in California.
You're going to be playing out division games.
And then we have the Cubs, the Astros, Devil Rays, Mariners, Guardians, and Bombers. So, like, the Mariners are actually kind of a force to be reckoned with right now. Because they're at the top of their division. The Padres are at the top of theirs.
The Monsters are at the top of theirs.
Tigers.
The Tigers! Let's fucking go!
Do I fight the Tigers? Fight the Tigers. Do I play the Tiger? Dude, it's gonna be a fight on that field, I'm gonna be honest with you.
Yeah.
We're not facing the Dodgers, though, which are getting swept. This whole fucking thing.
That's funny.
Still, big fat no on the Astros. I can't stand them. Apparently, a lot of people can't.
They did cheat.
Did they actually cheat?
Did they actually cheat? Yeah, that's why people know as trash cans. Trash can bangers.
So wait, like, was it actually proven that they cheated?
Yes, it was.
That's awesome.
And they barely got punished for it. It was pretty much a slap on the wrist.
Well, no, of course they didn't. I mean, like, did they cheat in the World Series?
Yeah.
Because I know that they went to the
when they
World
were the
Series
home team, yeah.
Wow.
When they were the home team, yeah.
Wow. Okay, never mind. Well, then we need to beat the Astros then, I think, right?
Yeah.
We gotta beat the Astros. I mean, it shouldn't be too hard. Look at their rankings. So.
Yeah, he says about throughout the 2017 season, actually. Yeah.
The Dodgers living up to their name and dodging the win in every single game. Well, if this was... if this was 2026, they'd probably be winning because they had Shohei Ohtani on there. But...
yeah.
Then what happened to my Dodgers in this game? Dude, they're choking. It's because they don't... Dude, they're actually tied with the Guardians for the worst team in this league right now. So...
I can't wait for the new backyard baseball game. We're gonna have like 30 new 3 new MLB players or some shit.
I was about to say, yeah, I mean, like, it has to be a thing where, like, if they do add the MLB players, which, if they do this first time around, I'll be kind of surprised, because I feel like that they would want to get through a first new game, right? Before trying to get back in contact with the actual sports leagues, because I'd imagine that licensing out these players had to have cost so much, you know?
There's a reason why 3 of them aren't in this game. They're replaced by generic kids with the same stats.
Well, I don't know if it's because of, like, money, or if they just turned it down, or they couldn't.
It's almost time for a 2.5-minute Cheetos break,
maybe,
my
like,
dudes.
Maybe they tried to call their people and they just didn't pick up. So
yeah,
and all it took was Altuve, I believe.
Yep. Yeah, right. Jose Altuve
telling his teammates not to gang up on him running at home plate while grabbing his collar in a game in 2019. And that's what led to the investigations of their tainted 2017 World Series win. I don't understand why they wouldn't just give it to the opposing team at that point, you know? Unless it was like a total wash. Like, who'd they face in the 2017 World Series? Did the Astros?
Ooh, who did they face? They face... Hold on, let me think about it for a moment.
I mean, like, okay, well, how about this? Right here's a better question. How exactly did they cheat? Right?
Simply put, they would actually bang on trash cans, so to speak. Like, they're like bang once it was like a fastball, and bang twice it was like off-speed pitches.
How is that cheating, though?
Because the batter would know what kind of pitch the other guy is throwing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So that's why they're called trash can bangers?
Yeah.
And do they carry that reputation with them to this day?
Yeah, kinda.
I mean, like, probably deserved, because, well, look at that, you know?
Oh, that's right. Okay, that's right. 2017 is between them and the Dodgers.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, fuck it. Retroactively give it to the Dodgers, then. Because at least they didn't cheat, so... Presumably. Anyways, that about wraps us up for the evening, y'all. I enjoyed this very, very much. I'm really hoping that now that we're facing different teams, we're gonna get a bit of challenge, because
Don't be a wash.
I was expecting that from the Mets, and they greatly disappointed me. Much like in real life. And they didn't the last 2 years, thankfully. Oh, what, the Astros didn't cheat? Okay.
Yeah. When they won the World Series again in 2019, that was when they were no longer cheated.
Okay, cool. Good. But yeah, I think that about wraps us up for tonight, everyone. This was very fun. Again, I hope that next time we get a bit of competition from the Giants and the Padres, because we are commanding this team, you know? Or rather, like, we are commanding this whole division. It's not even close. So hopefully, now that we kind of face teams outside of our division, we'll see some different kind of, you know, games happening. But yeah. Zach, thank you for fucking joining me tonight. This was a lot of fun.
Yeah, same. Yeah, it was a lot of fun.
But now my voice kind of hurts. So I'm gonna give you the raid message. Once again, we are going to be watching AEW Revolution over in the Discord server tomorrow night. Come and watch me cry as Hangman Adam Page can never challenge for the world title again, Asterix, unless he goes back on that, which he absolutely will at some point.
They're not gonna pull Cody, I don't think.
I don't think so, because, like, in the case of Hangman, he just has, like, too much fucking stock put into him to keep that going for the rest of his career, you know?
Mm-hmm.
My socials are here as well. I'm on YouTube as both a VOD and a highlights channel. I am on Blue Sky, excuse me, TikTok, you know, all that shit. Let's go ahead and let's raid into a dude named Tracy. Tracy has raided into me a couple times now, so this is kind of my thank you to him for being so fucking cool. But for now, I am quite tired. When was that?
Also, chat, it's the 2022 World Series that the Astros won, not 2019. 2019 was the Nationals.
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Got it. Understood. Alright. Cool, we'll see y'all next week for the start of something new. It's the universe mode in SmackDown vs. Raw 2011, which will include seminal favorites, the Controller and the Sexayete.
Hell yeah.
Until then, see y'all then. I need food right now. Catch you probably tomorrow for Revolution Gira. Had fun chatting about Bull Dig. I did too, man. You have fun. See y'all.
Bye.